What is up, everyone? What is up? How's everybody doing? It is Monday, the day everyone dreads because we have to go back to work and all that jazz. So, what's everyone up to? How's everybody been? I guess I don't really need to hide much about this t-shirt anymore, since I no longer work for them. Nothing has been happening really that much. It's been a slow day. I'm waiting for my tea to finish steeping so that I can... That should be... Yeah, that's steeped enough, so that way I can get a little bit of a caffeine boost over here. It's been a long day. It's gonna be a long week, I feel like it. You got limited on Discord because of some biznatch, so I won't be able to message in DMs or servers till tomorrow-ish, so pissed. That's why you got my signal, at least. Yeah, that's the one annoying thing with Discord and a lot of the centralized messenger platforms, because they can easily restrict your ability to talk to anyone, even when it's not even, you know, reasonable. Like, that was one of the big issues I had back when I was on Facebook. I would get banned every now and then for things that were so benign. And then you'd appeal it, and then, okay, maybe they do restore it, but after they've already gone through the ban period. Did we meet at DEF CON 2 years ago? It's possible. I've been to DEF CON since DEF CON 31. What's your opinion on DevOpsSec? When you talk, you mean DevSecOps or OPSEC, or you're kind of mashing two words together that can go either different ways. But my effing friends I only have on Discord, and this is why I recommend people have their friends on multiple platforms. So I did pick up a new book. I'm not sponsored or anything. I did listen to this guy's speech. It's Scam Me If You Can. It actually, from what I've been gleaming over, it covers a lot of the different scams and frauds that, you know, well, many of us are familiar with, but I think a lot of us should maybe do some due diligence and maybe buy a book for our parents and grandparents so that they can get educated on this. In fact, it was sponsored by the AARP as well. You don't have to be an old geezer to be an AARP member. Many of us millennials are AARP members because discounts, baby! But, yeah, so this is a book I'm gonna be reading just to see, but at least some of the scams in here I was already familiar with that he was talking about. But we have to remember, this book was, I think, 2017 or so. So a lot of these scams were rather new at the time. Let me see, when's the print of this? 2019. What's that book about? So it's written by the guy that wrote the book Catch Me If You Can, Frank I can never remember, Abagnale? I always mess up his last name. He actually works with the FBI to train their agents on frauds and scams. So this isn't like, oh, just some random Joe Schmo. The guy has been working with the FBI for decades. But yeah, it's basically about all the various scams out there, how they're structured, how to identify them, that all the scams have different flaws, like even things like how to protect your identity, secure your finances, yeah. Basically just covering a good amount of basic knowledge that I think boomers and silent generation are not really prepared on. I've only read like the first 10 pages or so far, but it seems pretty solid. It's like a $17 purchase. So, how's the new gig? It's great. I'm loving it. I have never been so unstressed in my entire professional career. It's to the point where my new boss is like, I have to chill out because I am apparently not used to actually being able to have downtime and relax. And I'm just like itching to always do something. I'm pretty sure I have PTSD from working there. Same, can't ever go back. Yeah. How's your gig working out? But yeah, it's been working great for me. I'm happy. I'm getting paid more. I found out several from my team back at the last place are wanting to hop over. Somebody in my department apparently applied for a job. CrowdStrike a pain as always, but I'm happy. Yeah, CrowdStrike, I'm the SME over where I'm at as well. Talked them out of buying that Charlotte AI BS. Yeah. NetJets is an airline company, though. Oh, I know. I don't work for them anymore. I don't mind. I don't have to hide it anymore. I already told people that out in public a while ago. Why did you work with planes? Because, well, money. And it was actually a really cool gig. When I first got the job, until you realized how toxic the leadership was over there, that you just never could get things done. Promotions were handed out not by meritocracy, but through favoritism in politics. Worse than Boeing? I wouldn't say that. I mean, to their credit, they didn't have doors falling out of windows, and to my knowledge, there's no conspiracy of people missing, although they apparently got into it with the unions that I found out, and that was interesting to learn. Is there a difference in security between Molvad and Proton? Don't know whether to use Molvad. In terms of security, yes. In terms of privacy, also yes. But I'm gonna be very clear and say that if you're conflating the ideas of anonymity, privacy, and security as one question, you should know those are three separate topics, not one. So in terms of privacy, the privacy with Molvad is really no greater than it is with Proton. If you're just paying with conventional methods, if you're paying with your credit card, the exposure is going to be the same in terms of the finance information, like the Stop Cop City email that had their information released and they were de-anonymized through their payment info. Now, if you pay on Proton with Bitcoin, just like you can Molvad, you can be pseudo-anonymous. If you pay in Monero, you can be a lot more anonymous, but only Molvad offers that. And then you can also optionally pay in cash with Molvad. There's ways to do that. Now, in terms of security, Proton is actually more secure. Molvad has more privacy options, but Proton has more security options because Proton has this feature called Secure Core, which basically just prevents against timed attacks. The way it works basically is you take one VPN server, basically have it check against another VPN server, and it slows things down a little bit, but it prevents those timed attacks. But that's only if you enable the Secure Core feature in Proton. Otherwise, all things considered, Molvad and Proton are just as secure as each other and just as private as each other. Unless you take those extra steps. Make sense? The crypto payments sound amazing. I guess I meant more anonymity. Well, anonymity is not so much about what tool you use. Anonymity is more about preventing your data from going out in general. So the way to think about it is security is locks on your doors, bars on your window, an alarm system to boot. Privacy is the aspect of controlling how much information is given out. Anonymity is that no one has the identifying information of who you are. You can be secure but not private. You can be private but not secure. You can be private, secure, and anonymous. You can also be private, secure, but not anonymous. You see how you can mix match all those different combinations there? Yeah, my pleasure. Should I install Gen 2 to build character? The only thing you're going to be building is your BL because you're going to be working on that computer so much. Favorite fiber mode? Whole wheat bread. Helps you go to the bathroom. How's it going? I just logged into my Pi-hole. My DNS server says error. Well, you know, the problem is, it's DNS. DNS is always the issue. Yep, DNS is always, in fact, the issue. You know, it's kind of nice now that I've been out of my job for like 2 months, the last job, and I've been working at this new job. I have no qualms whatsoever wearing stupid shirts like this that came from my last workplace. And there's probably some swag I'll be showing out over time. It's not like I made this a big secret. It was just, I don't like people knowing where I currently work because people are crazy on the internet. Hell, I had an ex-girlfriend once that tried to like ruin where I worked. But yeah, we would get these things at work every year we were there. They'd come out with new challenge coins. That's why when like people were asking me about the private jet with Linus, and they're like, how do you feel like you can be such a how do you think that you know what you're talking about is actually true? Because I fucking worked in the private space. And oh my god, I did get to meet some cool people while I was there. What can I find the resolution? You'd have to look into your logs to see what actually is the issue that's going on first. Moving from networking to cybersecurity easy, I would make the argument that networking is part of cybersecurity. That's how I got my gateway in. What's up, Mujox? I don't know how you get your name pronounced, but yeah. But yeah, I would say networking is part of cybersecurity. Even to the point, like, if you look at the CISSP, it's one of the domains that they cover. So, networking is the base building block for all IT and cybersecurity systems to begin with anyway. So you're gonna need to know all that networking shiz and how to secure it on the IDS IPS side. Sister, also, what do you do for work now? I am now a senior cybersecurity engineer. I just got the senior role a month and a half ago. Changed companies. I'm wearing a t-shirt from the last place that I worked at. CCNA or CCNP. I don't have either one, so I can't really speak to them. I hear more people mention the CCNA, but that could just be anecdotal to me. 4 years into a database admin job, no degree or even experience prior experience. Okay. What are your opinions on all birds switching to a cloud GPU company? I'm not too familiar with that, what's going on there, and why they're doing it, so I'd have to get the specifics on that. CCNA is a bigger buzzword. Yeah, it definitely is. Would it be possible for you to troubleshoot via RDP? Not really. I don't really use RDP that much. You could probably do SSH, but the honest truth is, if you have a DNS server running in your network and you're running into issues, part of the advantage of having a home lab is that when issues happen in your home lab, that is actually a time for you to be able to get, roll up your sleeves, get elbow deep, and start troubleshooting things. So see what errors, see what logs you can start pulling, and see if you can start diagnosing and troubleshooting it. Since it's just Pi-hole, you can temporarily change the DNS on one of your local devices so that you can at least have it pointing directly to Google or Cloudflare or Quad9 until you get it working. But it's really hard to say what specifically is your issue without being there. And I also don't like remoting into random people's networks for obvious reasons. Are you still in the plane industry? Hell no. I am no longer in the private aviation space. I have no inclination to return to that field of business again, based on just how stressful that the private aviation space was for no reason. Like, seriously, give me a year. I think my NDA should be up then. Oh, y'all are gonna be getting some fun stories. There's been a lot of shit I've wanted to say for a while, but I can't say it right now. I'm in that space and agree. Oh yeah, private aviation is a shit show. That's why when Linus Tech Tips bought their jet, I was debunking a lot of the points when they're like, well, like you would have people in the comment section that have no clue whatsoever about the aviation space saying, well, he's, going to be chartering the jet out so that he can, make money on it. And I'm like, I worked in that side of the private aviation space. It don't work out like you think it does. Most jet owners that do charter out their stuff don't really make a profit on their things. At best, you stave off some of the costs, but you also incur more costs because now you have to deal with, one, staffing the jet. Okay, his uncle's a pilot. I don't know if they're qualified for that jet, but you still have to get a secondary pilot. Then you have to, stock the jet. So, like, every time somebody gets on, they have to, unload everything, all the amenities, all of that. So, like, if you think about, like, when you go on a plane, there's wine, there's food, all of that. That stuff has to get loaded beforehand. And, oh my God, the logistics that went into that shit was insane. Like, seriously, you have no idea. Like, they will literally order stuff from local restaurants and have it on the jet within an hour. Like, that's the kind of logistics that they have out there. But yeah, so I know enough from that space. I learned a lot. It was very interesting. I do like the aviation space, like, in terms of, like, planes and flying, and that was really cool, but the company was just, no, I'm not doing that again. I feel stuck in the networking space. Networking is a tough space, I will say, in general, but you can definitely pivot to other things in cybersecurity with networking. I did it. It takes a little bit to get you out of your comfort zone, but it's doable. I've been in help desk position for 3 years now. Feeling sort of stuck? Well, the best thing that you can do is get yourself out of your comfort zone and start applying to different jobs, looking at what positions you actually want to be, where you see your career, not just like next year, but where do you want to be in like 3, 5, 10 years? Plan something out for your goal. Like I still am one step away from the career goal that I have, which is security architecture right now. I have no plans to be CISO or whatever, but I've been working on that for a while. Right now, I need to work on getting back onto my bachelor's degree. I've just been dragging ass, but I at least got like 66% done with WGU. I just haven't worked on any of my classes in like 3 weeks, but I did knock out like 11 in a whole semester, and I still got like 2 months, so I'm still gonna try to knock out 2 or 3 more, then finish out the rest. Yeah. Aruba Network's kind of better than Cisco. Oh, I agree with that. But the problem is Cisco is a more well-known company. But I am definitely more of a fan of the Aruba hardware. CCNP can land this job easily. CCNA allows us to interview. Yeah. CMMC assessments start in a few weeks. A little bit drowning. Oof. Yep. The company I worked for didn't have to deal with CMMC, but we had a sister company that was in the same umbrella owner, so I am very familiar with the trials and tribulations of CMMC, but I am thankful I haven't had to go through it myself. Cushions on your headphones look cool. Yeah, they're nice. What distro are you maining at the moment? I main Pop! OS 2204. I'll probably upgrade to 2604 in a month or two. Because I need to get some things moved over to Wayland. I've been doing a lot of workarounds custom for X11 stuff and my pipe wire reworkings and stuff like that, but I know when I move over, I'm going to have to back up a lot of my shit. That's going to be a process. Let me see. I have a nephew who wanted to do game development. That seems a dead end. Are there other options than ZIT? What do you mean ZIT? But yeah, game development. Let me put it this way. Game development, I have no hate whatsoever to game developers. They're some of the coolest people. I know a lot of game developers in the cybersecurity space. That's one of those hobbies that tends to have a high amount of overlap, like radio and lockpicking. There's also game designers out there. Anyway, the problem with the video game industry, as we're seeing right now, is it is a very, very tough field. It is very competitive. There's shrinkage in a lot of different studios, and it's just kind of a bloodbath right now. It's not one of those fields I generally recommend people to go to, as well as the fact that, for better or worse, entertainment-related jobs just are at the mercy of economic successes or failures. So like right now, when we're in a very interesting economic time where the job market has been kind of lagging and people have been tightening their belts on spending, video game expenses are one of the first things out the door, and that's caused some, you know, shrinkage to different studios. And we've also seen how studios have been really effing up a lot of games lately. So yeah, it's not been great there. But yeah, are there other options than IT for them? There's plenty of options in IT, and so like when people think of IT, they think of just like help desk. Help desk is merely the entry-level base position. You've got IT positions that can be, you know, coders. So you can, you know, maybe like to program video games, but you can also apply a lot of those similar concepts and skills to various programming roles in IT and or cybersecurity. In IT, you have networking, you've got development, like I was mentioning, you've got DevOps slash DevSecOps, which is the automations behind the development systems. You have database administration, you've got policy, there's lots of jobs. Like, no joke, where I was working at, we had about 7,000 employees. I'd say roughly 300 of those were IT and cybersecurity, and cybersecurity is maybe like 30 people of those. Feel like getting a degree almost holds us back in the tech industry. I wouldn't say holds you back. I think the issue with the degree is more so not with the degree itself, but the attitudes a lot of people have around the degrees. Like, let me put it this way. A lot of people wrongfully believe that they just need to go to college, get the degree, and then they'll be able to, start applying for the jobs and landing them, but didn't work on any of the experience or applying their knowledge while they were in school. That's where I think a lot of the problems come. Because the people that often were in school doing internships, maybe working IT-related jobs on the side, part-time or, full-time, whether it's, being a student, anything like that, those tend to be the ones that do well. It's the people that go to school, think that as soon as they leave, they're going to get really, middle-of-the-road positions or senior positions right out the gate. They're going to get trampled on all day long by people that have experience. That's just the way it is. And an interesting thing that I find is there's a lot of IT and cybersecurity people that get their degrees after they've been in the field for a while. So I've kind of changed my tune a bit to, if you're going to get a degree, get it while you've already started in the field. And I know that seems counterintuitive because people are like, well, you have to go to classes and sit down. I don't necessarily think those, sit-down classes really help all that much, as well as I don't think it matters where you go to college for your degree in IT or cybersecurity, because the reality is, you're at most going to learn the concepts while you're in school, and there's nothing that really you're going to learn specific at college that you're most likely not going to learn in the field. So, at the end of the day, nobody gives a shit if you got your degree from community college or Stanford or MIT after you've been there for a few years. Because I've met people that haven't even gone to college that run circles around people that went to Ivy Leagues in this field. And I've met, people that have gone to Ivy Leagues that can hold their own and lab up and, tinker and do all that great. I mean, it's one of the things that I like about the IT and cybersecurity field is it feels like it's one of those great levelers when it comes to privileges many people are born with. Yes, you may be born with more privileges in certain ways that you get access to better education and stuff like that. But that's not your only sole determining factor in this field, if that makes sense. Because I've met people that have grown up in straight poverty that have told me stories where they literally had to depend on going to the school to get their lunch. There would literally be times they go to the pantry and there's literally no food. That kind of poverty, and have made themselves successes in the IT and cybersecurity industry, and then maybe get their degree after they've been in for a few years, or they pushed themselves to get a degree before they did. Some went to the military, then went to IT. There's many different paths that this end up for them. What do you think about all the Linux bans coming to the US? For me, I think it's bonkers. I don't think they're banning Linux. It's just the states are, wanting to exert too much control over the things that they want to do. And here's going to be the news flash for a lot of these people in politics. You have no fucking idea about open source software and how much of a dick we can be about that shit. said lab up, I heard lubed up. I was about to say, what are we lubing up? Are we lubing a guy's butt up? Yep, we're lubing all them femboys and furries up. Watch out!
Emotional, damn it!
Hey, Legend, I want to switch from Win 11 to Mac OS. What is your advice? I generally would not recommend that. And I'm saying this as a person that uses Mac for work. I am a former Apple user. I'm not an Apple hater. I am a scorned Apple user. Okay? I'm not one of those people that's going to go around and be like, ew, the Apple! I mean, I have an iPhone over here and an Apple Watch that are charging right now. I have a MacBook down here, and like I said, there's a MacBook that I have from work. The problem with Apple is it's very expensive for what a lot of people are trying to do for just everyday things. So there is a tax. And I know they have that like $600 MacBook Neo or whatever the hell it's called. The problem with that specific device is that unless you're in a situation of you are literally doing the most basic mundane stuff and the lightest of video editing or things like that, I wouldn't recommend that to people. For all of its faults, Windows still tends to be a better operating system for the average person than Mac OS. If all things are considered, you know, and it's and then once you put in the price factor, Windows then still is a little bit better. But I would also make the point that most people that would even be considering a MacBook Neo are, in the majority of cases, perfect contenders for Chromebooks. They are very capable devices for a lot of people if you're doing the most basic of things. Mac is better optimized than no lags, crash, and other shit. Oh, you can get lags, you can get crashes, you can have a whole other slew of issues. Don't kid yourself. I use Mac at work. I've been a Mac user for many years. I've talked before about my fondness for the Apple Xserve platform and that they never should have killed it off. But believe me when I say Apple is not the perfect solution that a lot of people think it is. And I've met a lot of people that have gone from Windows to Mac, and they've come back to Windows because there are some frustrations with Mac with adjustments. Like, for example, I had to hack my Mac a little bit at work to be able to do a lot of the workflows that I'm used to in both Windows subsystem for Linux and just straight Linux. Like get auto completion for branch names. There was the workarounds I had to do for certain applications to get it working when I was setting up the local LLM server. I'm still fighting with certain aspects of it. There is, like, don't get me wrong, Macs are okay, but they're overpriced for what you get too. And Apple used to be amazing. Do not get me wrong. There was a point in time when you could not tell me that there was any other option but a Mac that was the best for almost every solution. Oh, you're doing office work? Get a Mac PowerPC G3 to G5. Oh, you're doing gaming? Same thing. Oh, you're doing graphic design? Same thing. Music editing? Same thing. The only reason I got a MacBook for the Adobe Photoshop and Illustrator. Well, here's the news flash. There's nothing Adobe can do differently on a Mac versus a Windows machine. I have friends who are graphic designers that use those products. Some of them actively have to use Windows for some of their workflows, even though they could use it on a Mac too. There's a lot of headaches when it comes to Mac that a lot of people don't consider until you start using it. Again, I'm not hating on Mac. I'm just saying it's a little bit overhyped for a lot of people's solution, especially when you put the cost down. Are you watching any series? I've been watching the new Star Wars Darth Maul series. I've been watching, let's see, Dr. Stone, been watching that, been waiting for One Piece to have the Elbaf arc, dubbed. I've been watching the new Scrubs, because they restarted that. I've been watching, Will Trent, The Rookie, and, NCIS and NCIS Origins. Those are what I've basically been following right now, primarily. I know the first season of Gachiakuta, I think that's how it is said, just ended, so I'm waiting for season 2 on that. There's another anime, was it My Prowess as the Assassin Far Exceeds the Hero or something like that? Waiting for another season of that. There's some pretty good animes in the past year or two. The EU is the bastion of righteousness. France installing Linux in Denmark. Hells yeah, about down. It's been this interesting thing where if you've known the history, Europe has been trying and failing to get Linux in for the past 2 decades. They've been flip-flopping for many years. Like Munich famously switched over to Linux more than a decade ago, then switched back. And now I'm glad to see that it's sticking and it's spreading. Mac have better security, Windows Spy, and shit ads to buy Wind products. Here's the reality. Mac has security issues too. A lot of people kid themselves, but the reality is Mac has security issues. They're just not exploited as much due to market share. It's simple, economics. Okay, if I make malware that affects, 2-3% of machines versus one that affects 90+% of machines. That's what it comes down to. Believe me, I've had to fix Mac malware over the years. And the honest truth is Mac still has a little bit of stuff that, it's not as bad with the telemetry as Windows, but the argument I'm trying to make here is if privacy is your concern, there's nothing beating Linux or FreeBSD. Not even Mac. They refuse to believe Apple doesn't collect just as much data. They genuinely do. So if you want to, test this theory, get an iPhone. Get an iPhone. If you can, set up a dedicated VLAN to isolate that traffic, and then put a device on that same VLAN or wherever with Wireshark. Have it listen to the stuff going in and out of the phone on an iPhone. Then do the same with an Android, a Windows, and Linux, or just whatever machine you have out there. Google devices are kind of like shouting into the void in terms of the amount of data they put out there, like megabytes per hour last I checked. I tested this 3 or 4 years ago last. Apple, kilobytes. It's the difference between shouting at the top of your lungs and a quiet whisper in the void. Aren't both Mac and Windows based on Linux? Oh, hell no. Windows is based on IBM OS 2 and a bunch of different ideas around that. It originally started with the roots of the DOS and OS 2 operating systems. DOS primarily, and then OS 2 I think is kind of where XP and a lot of the modern Windows NT systems got a lot of their basis from. And Mac is not based on Linux, it's based on Unix, just like Linux is. They both have a similar inspiration, but they are cousins. They are not directly related. Mac actually came from the Mach and Darwin kernels in the BSD space, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas Linux started with the whole kernel that Linus Torvalds, famously created originally as a small hobbyist project, and then here we are. You lie, being Amish is more private than everyone from the church. I knew something was amish with you. What are some books you recommend everyone should read? Well, generally, a lot of the books that I recommend are newer things because it's changing so fast. But this is one book I've been sharing earlier on in the chat that I have been recommending a lot of people get for their older relatives. Scam Me If You Can. It's written by the same guy who trains the FBI on frauds and scams, and also made the book Catch Me If You Can. You have any book suggestions for OPSEC? Yeah, the Darknet Market Bible. I'm half joking, but it actually does have some great lessons in there. What email do you recommend for privacy use? I know Gmail is known for being terrible with it. So I personally use Proton for my personal email, and I guess I am affiliated with them. I have a link in the bio if you want to support the channel. But I also do recommend and use as my secondary email Tutanota, which I'm also affiliated with. I generally lean more people towards Proton than Tuta, but they're both great. Proton I just lean towards because they have an entire privacy suite with a password manager, VPN, data storage, so you can actually use that to pretty much replace your entire Google environment for a lot of the stuff you were using. I gather your telemetry to just ensure the smoothest usability. It's all for your own good. Well, they also said that they're protecting our children for our benefit, but you know. I was thinking to put KDE or GNOME on FreeBSD and make my own OS from BSD kernel. I mean, you can do that if you want. That's a lot of work. This is probably off topic, but I just scrolled across this while my Arch install broke itself. Well, you see, that's what you get for using Arch. Your Arch computer just committed seppuku and was telling you, hey, I can't even, hey, Noel, go and touch grass. I died so you could live and have a social life. Should I feel guilty for leaving a job within a year? Fuck no. I feel bad about looking for something else. No. Here's the reality. They will guilt the shit out of you. Oh, you're not loyal to this company, you know, after all we've done for you and all that. But guess what's going to happen? If the roles were reversed, would they be loyal to you? And I can honestly say in most businesses, no, they wouldn't. They'd kick you to the curb just as fast. So don't feel bad about it. It's a corporation. You might miss some of the people you work with, but ultimately, at the end of the day, you have to look out for number one. And that's you. If your job is not giving you what you're looking for, either in growth and finance, work-life balance, whatever your reason being, you have no obligation to feel like you need to stay.
Carson Wu is now chilling in the lab.
Thank you for the follow there, Carson. But yeah, don't worry about it. Look, I felt a little upset leaving my job of nearly 3 years, but I had to do it. Because they were dicking me over, and once I did, then I found a job that actually was treating me exactly how I wanted. Got the pay raise. I'm a senior cybersecurity engineer. Been there for about 2 months. I'd still miss my coworkers. I still message them. We go hang out once in a while. But I do not regret leaving that place whatsoever. I am so happy about it. Was your old job effing you in the ass? Pretty much. My old job, they were dicking me around so much that they kept dangling the promotion for me, and then finally when the senior role opened up, they hired someone from outside the company who I ended up having to train before I left on how to use Git, Python, infrastructure as code, and a lot of the stuff that technically my team should have known, but I was the only one capable of doing. And they kept saying, oh, you're not doing enough. People are complaining that you're not doing enough. And I'm like, I'm overloaded with work as it is. I'm handling Zscaler, CrowdStrike, Proofpoint, Tenable, AWS, the infrastructure as code, trying to, pull reports and different automations together with very little resources and support. And they were just, saying, you're not doing as much work and everything like that. And I'm like, motherfucker, I'm the only one on this team doing Python, doing Git, doing Bash, doing a lot of the hands-on stuff that you had to do with code that wasn't involving a GUI provided by a vendor and clicking buttons. So they literally, the funniest thing is when they came down to do the talks about, your bonuses and everything, told me, I'm not getting a bonus this year. They're not even going to give me a raise. Last year, the raises were like not even rate of inflation matching. For the entire time I was there, it was 2.4, 2.7% raises each year. So effectively, we were losing buying power as it was. And then the bonuses really didn't, help that much out. Anyway, so they were like, yeah, so we're not going to give you a raise this year, and you're not getting a bonus, and they want to put you on a PIP, and I'm like, that's cool. I got an offer to go somewhere else, so I was really just staying around to see about my bonus. But since I'm not getting a bonus, y'all get my 2 weeks at the end of the week. I've said this before many times, and it was funny because when I said that, it was like they then turned around and like, wait, let's talk about this. And I'm like, no, you said the quiet part out loud. And they're like, well, what would it do to make you, how can we make you stay? And I'm like, they're offering me a 40% raise, a title bump. I get to remain hybrid while you guys are talking about going RTO. That's not talk. They basically said it's happening in a year or two. I don't get a raise. I don't get a bonus. And you want to put me on a PIP. I'm like, there's nothing you can do at this point. And to my understanding, they still haven't filled my role, even though I've been there for 2 months. But yeah, they effed me over for a while, and I've pretty much had confirmed by several people that were not just in cybersecurity, but were around the company that I got to know over the years, that it's all favoritism and politics to get a promotion. It's not meritocracy. It's so bad where I was working within the first 3 months. Now, mind you, we only have 25, 30 people in all of cybersecurity. We had 3 people leave, including myself. Allegedly, there was a 4th person that was about to leave, and then they were offered a whole bunch of money before they left because they're hemorrhaging people. It's bad. But yeah. Do you think it would be possible to H-1B to USA? I only see Indians scamming the system. H-1Bs are incredibly tough right now. I know Trump has gone incredibly hard on them. H-1Bs were already not the easiest thing to get. I know some companies have gamed the system. I'll be honest here and say I'm kind of on the fence personally about H-1Bs. I say this as someone who's a first generation, Moroccan American that came to this country. I was born in this country. My family came to this country, and I don't want to, stop anyone from going and pursuing opportunities. But with that being said, the issue with the H-1B, as my understanding is that it's supposed to be used to hire talent that you cannot find locally inside the USA. It's supposed to be that we don't have a person qualified for this in our own backyard. For example, nuclear physicist, okay? That's the thing I can think of off the top of my head. There's definitely not a lot of people in the world that can do that kind of field. So in that case, you may not have a person in the specific field of nuclear physics that's qualified to be hired for whatever thing needs to be done. that you would then use an H-1B for. But I have seen the H-1B being used to hire people that you know for a fact there are positions for in the USA to fill, and that's where there have been some allegations of that's why there's such a problem with the tech industry, among many others going on, because people are saying, one, the economy is really weird as it is, two, maybe there is a problem with tech hiring because they want to hire people from certain nationalities. That's not what I'm definitively saying. I'm saying that's what's being alleged. I can see the argument there, but I also see the need for an H-1B. Does that make sense? Like, maybe there are people gaming the system, because unfortunately in politics, there are humans running things, and, you know, greed happens to pull levers more than anything. Has your old company ever gotten hacked? Yeah. I can't talk about it. What's your saying to people who make videos saying how to stay completely anonymous online? The only way to stay completely anonymous online is to get offline. That's the only way to guarantee that you're anonymous. You can do a pretty great job at staying private, but pure anonymity on the internet is next to impossible. Where they put you on a pip and offer to raise, do they use a brain? The honest truth is, in my last job, I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that it was the VP. He was a prick. Everyone knew it. And he was that type of person that had to be the smartest person in the room. You know that type of person. Where, look, I know what I know, and if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, show me how I'm wrong, and I'll take it as a learning opportunity. Okay? You know, I'm not going to know everything. But this schmuck was the type of person that always had to be right. And didn't like the fact that I called him out on several things. And when several things went wrong, I then pulled up emails and said, this went exactly the way I told you it would go. And now we've wasted time because you were forcing this solution. I think they were trying to manage me out, or him specifically, because my direct manager liked me. My team liked me. But it was the higher ups that just didn't. Pip is just showing the door. It makes no sense. My brain hurts thinking of it. Basically, all it is they have to prove that they gave you an opportunity to improve. But in most cases, they're just trying to find a way to manage you out. If you're the smartest person in the room, you have to leave that room. Exactly. I've said the same thing before. Hey man, been stumbling on your videos. Keep up the good work. Question for you. I'm full-time help desk in college. I got an offer for a network engineer intern. Better pay, well-known company. Should I risk it? I've been there for about a year. Go for it, Carson. Go for it. Look, when an opportunity comes knocking, take it. As long as like you just said the magic words right there. You got an offer for a network engineer intern with better pay from a well-known company. That sounds good. I don't see any reason why to stay in help desk, because people stay in help desk to get the opportunities like you have just had fall in your lap. So, congratulations there. Mazel tov. You're gonna kill it. I know quite a bit of that is probably just some imposter syndrome. Like, dude, I've only been doing this for a year. And you now have experience for a year. Apply that experience. And now you're going to be in a new position where you're going to have new experiences. And now you can apply that versus a help desk. Your hands are kind of bound. So, yeah, go for it. You entered help desk for the right reason. You're leaving for the right reason. Exactly. Hi, I'm a Horby? Interesting name. But yeah, exactly what they said. So, look, you've got an opportunity, take it. And then just keep climbing that ladder. My advice to you would be, you're going to be in many places in your life that you're going to like where you're at. You're going to think you're not good enough to move on to the next step. Always be looking to advance yourself and your career. And, you know, of course, maintain that work-life balance, everything like that. Continue your studies throughout this, because this is the kind of field that you have to keep up your studies on. But I will tell you that, like, there's going to be times where you're going to have teams that you absolutely love working with. Your coworkers, maybe your direct manager you like, but eventually you're going to have to move on from them. There's nothing wrong with moving on, as long as it's for the right reasons. And you're talking about the exact right reasons. And as you move forward in your career, don't get complacent. I see a lot of people that come into this field, and they get complacent at a certain spot. Like, I'm going to tell you this. I kind of side-eye the people that work at help desk for like 10, 20 years. You know those people? The people that have really never tried to just grow. They've become complacent. They're happy where they are. Help desk is kind of like, I hate to put it this way, it's kind of like the McDonald's job. It's the starter job. You want to be more than just the cashier or the fry cook at a McDonald's. At least, you know, work up to become like the manager or something. And there's some people that work up their ranks through a store into corporate and everything. But there's other people that leave McDonald's, take the skills that they've learned there and apply it to the rest of their career. But what if they really like the job? There's nothing wrong with really liking the job, but eventually at a certain point you realize that you need to grow from that job. I liked my last job. Do not get me wrong. I liked my security engineer job that I had before. But I knew I needed to grow, and I needed to take on more responsibilities and do more stuff, and I wasn't getting fulfillment anymore, that eventually I moved on. Started at a whole new job and company. But yeah. There's a whole documentary about the thousands of LLCs they set up to import Indians with fake degrees, etc. It's a whole business. Wouldn't surprise me. Trump has gone hard on anybody that happens to have skin with the wrong shade of brown, no matter how cool of a person you may be. This is true. My family is Moroccan, and some of them have gotten hassled over that. TFWs get abused up here, pay local, nah, pay some random guy half the wage who can't speak English because there's less protection laws. And that's the other thing that, you know, a lot of people don't talk about with H-1Bs. Again, I see the purpose in H-1Bs, but it feels like to me in some cases you're setting up the next version of indentured servitude. What I mean by that is you import an employee on an H-1B. That employee can only work for that company because the H-1B must be sponsored by said company, correct? Follow me with this train of thought here. While they work for that company, they can't really look for another job to replace it because another job would have to come in and sponsor their H-1B. By knowing that they're in this bind, they then can overwork those employees on an H-1B, and they can't really fight back when things are really starting to cross the line because they want to stay in the country, stay with this job, and that's why you actually have cases often where friends of mine have told me that they have Indians working in their jobs under H-1Bs that are doing 60 to 80 hours. That's ridiculous. Like, there are people out there that are getting frustrated and upset that I say, after your 40 hours that you put in your IT and cyber job, do 10 to 20 hours of additional, you know, tinkering, research, education, and that outside of work. Imagine if you just had to work 60 to 80 hours. That'd be killer, wouldn't it? I've done 80-hour work weeks in past lives when I was working 2 or 3 jobs. What dish do you suggest for me? So I learned Linux with, there's Pop! OS, there's Zorin, Mint, Ubuntu. There's quite a few out there. Play with them. If a company only offers to increase your pay or provide a benefit when you threaten to leave, it's a trap. You should leave and not accept it. I actually say the exact same thing, because the problem is when you leave a job and you actually, you know, do this whole negotiation song and dance where they will hit you up and, you know, be like, hey, we'll offer you this pay for you not to leave.
Tridanium is now chilling in the lab.
Thank you for the follow, Tridanium. But if you get the pay increase because you were willing to apply to another job, they give you an offer, you go back to your old job, and they say, well, we can match that or to this point or equal. Then the argument I would make is they could have done that for you all this time, which proves they're not as loyal to you, the employee, as much as you think they are, and they didn't really see your value, and they were taking advantage of you. Not only that, I would make the argument of once, okay, let's say you do stay at the company with this higher pay and everything there. You are now known as a flight risk at that company. That management will know you are willing to leave, and if they find a reason to do so, they will find a reason to manage you out to lessen that risk if they're able to replace you. That's what it comes down to. So be very careful when you do that. Happy PlayStation, you've only 8 days left. Yeah. Oh yeah, and speaking of tech and everything like that, so I've been playing with this LilyGo T-Echo Plus Meshtastic device. Really loving this. This is now my everyday carry. I haven't left the house yet with this. I'm going to be in the office the next few days, so I'll take it with me to see how it works downtown. So even with the GPS on, we're only at 33% battery left, and we powered this on Wednesday night, and it's been on battery power since Wednesday night. So let's see, that's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We're going on day 5. Day 5 on 1 battery charge with 33% battery left. This potentially could last more than a week, and that's with the GPS reporting as well. So I'm betting if you turn the GPS off, you could probably squeeze even more time out. So far, this has become my go-to for my Meshtastic devices over my LilyGo T-Deck over here, which I like this device, don't get me wrong, but I would have to recharge it daily. Whereas this, I can clip it to my backpack, and I won't have to charge it more than maybe once a week. And this will be great for me to take to DEF CON as well, and GurCon, and I'll probably get a few more devices for me to use as repeaters. What do you actually use the mesh network for? I use it just to talk to other people. So like when you go to DEF CON, there's about 2,000 other people in all of Vegas that are using it to chat with each other. So when I'm at DEF CON, and I'll document this a little bit more as I get closer to the con, and I work on a YouTube video talking about DEF CON preparation. I will be using a GMRS radio with my friends that we're going to pre-share the CTC code, so we can have the tone, so we can open and close at the right stuff, just so that we can be in touch with each other in the cell phone dead spots. We found quite a few cell phone dead spots at the convention center and other places around Vegas, so GMRS radio was how we get around that. Meshtastic was another way we get around that. And Meshtastic I'm also using to make an emergency broadcast system. So I have a solar node outside my house that can reach about 15 miles or so, give or take, and I will be setting up soon. There's yeah, it's right over here. Hold on. There is a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus that will be hooked up to this LilyGo T-Beam Supreme with its little shitty LilyGo antenna that I have to replace because LilyGo antennas are just not that great. But the idea basically being is that this T-Beam Supreme, it's always fun to say that, is going to be doing triple duty. So this will be an MQTT gateway, so I can attach it to a online group, so people in Meshtastic can talk to everyone all across the city that I set it up with. But it will also be grabbing weather data from NOAA, which I will have it grab over the internet to give alerts for storms in the area over Meshtastic, so anyone within a few hops of me can get alerts. And then I might optionally also do, like, the 24-hour and 3-day forecasts and have that blasted out over Meshtastic. And I'm thinking about also adding ham radio weather reports every, like, 3 hours or such just over the Mesh network. Are you using a 4G modem? Technically I have a 5G for backup. But this is going to be completely... the internet is only going to be used to feed in the NOAA data. But yeah. So they're voice capable? No, they're not voice capable. They're, it's all text. Are Kden Live video editor on your Linux work good? Yeah, I use Kden Live for all of my videos, so if you see anything on YouTube, they've all been edited with Kden Live. It works pretty well. I'll eventually be moving to DaVinci, but Kden Live has been okay for me. You'll be training the new hire to replace you later. I used to work between 40 to 60 hours a week when I was working overnights at McDonald's. Yeah, that definitely can happen. At some of those jobs. And here's the thing. I understand the value in work-life balance. I honestly do. But it always cracks me up that you have these, you know, kids, or even young adults now, that say they'll never work more than 40 hours, or in some cases, like one of my ex-girlfriends, she refused to work more than 24 hours. And this was back when I was working 60 hours a week. And she's like, I can't work 24 hours. I'm just so exhausted all the time. And I remember doing the, you know what this is? This is the world's smallest violin for you. Because I was working 60 hours a week at that point. And she was a few years younger than me. But even her parents were like, you got to buck it up. No, it sucks, but we all have bills. So she got no sympathy from her parents. And her parents were actually on my side. And that's the funny thing also, you know, talking about like the TikTok comments. There's been quite a few comments on TikTok and a few on Instagram when I tell people the realities of working in this field and what you should do to level up and everything. People are like, well, you just sound like you're out of touch and, you know, you've been indoctrinated by the system. And I'm like, I'm not indoctrinated. I'm just, this is the way the world works. 19 here. My fast food service had me scheduled for 40 hours, but I often did 50 hours. Did you get overtime for that? Had to be here, had been laid off 3 times, struggled to find a job for 2 years, 7+ years experience. Market's been tough. Oh yeah, the market's definitely tough. If the UK Gov tried to implement client-side scanning, what sort of steps could be done to circumvent? Well, if they were doing client-side scanning, your only circumvention would be to have fully open-source hardware and fully open-source software. That's it. Not gonna lie, as a European, it sounds weird to have to work plus 40 hours. It's just not normal here. I've known people in Europe that work more than 40 hours, so it may sound weird, but I know quite a few. Now, I know they have more protections over there that I agree with. I'm not by any means saying Europe is weird or anything. I lived in Europe, okay? There are definitely a lot of protections that I wish we had over here, like what is it, like, you can't contact your workers after hours for stuff. That was great. Matters depend on what the job needs. Some weeks it's 20, some weeks it's 50. Cyber doesn't sleep. Yeah. And you say it sounds standard to work plus 40. I wouldn't say more than 40, but to be able to make ends meet with the cost of living, a lot of people will gladly work over 40 hours, because the thing is, once you get past 40 hours in many jobs, you get paid time and a half. So you get your, anything past 40 hours, you get 1.5 times. Now, that's unless you're salaried or certain other conditions. So, like, if I work more than 40 hours, I'm going to get paid the same at my job. But when I was an electrician, if I were to work for a company, put my 40 in, anything past that would be overtime. And I get time and a half. So if I'm paid like $40 an hour, I get an extra 20 on top of that per hour, so I'd be making 60 an hour. And I know people that will game the system. So, like, I know an electrician buddy and a plumber buddy that will work 80 to 100 hour weeks. I know it sounds crazy. Do that for several months and then not work for a month or two. They just stack their money, and then they just work hard, and then they just do nothing for several months. Most of the time, it's, from what I've seen, it's normally 40 hours plus an on-call rotation. Can be. But let's get into the content to review on stream. We got a few things. So, hold up. Alright, let's start with this one video that I saw yesterday, but I wanted to pull up on stream. It's a quick video before we get into the regular queue of things. It's called the GPU Killer, an NPU that is 5,000% faster than a GPU. So let's see, this could possibly let us get more GPUs.
By 2026, GPUs have been used for AI more than anything else, but they are hitting a massive physical wall, power consumption, and extreme heat. But a company just successfully deployed a completely different kind of processor into a German supercomputing center. The craziest part is that it doesn't even compute with electricity. And surprisingly, it can run on your computer just like any normal GPU. And the claims are even crazier. Qwant claims that their chips provide 3,000% higher efficiency and 5,000% higher compute compared to a traditional GPU. Well, it turns out computing at the speed of light creates a completely new bizarre bottleneck that nobody saw coming. But right now, they are at the edge of solving it. But before moving on to the photonic chips, we first have to understand why the current GPUs need a replacement. There are some massive bottlenecks that are slowly making our current architecture incompetent with our growing AI needs. First, and the most important, is the memory wall. Memory wall refers to the increasing gap between how much we have improved in terms of chip performance compared to the improvements in the memory performance. This gap is worse than ever, and it's only increasing. Considering the fact that how dependent GPUs are on the VRAM, it directly makes them a subject to this holy grail of bottlenecks.
Right.
Generation, on the other hand, is a bit complex. You see, if the total power consumption of a GPU is 500 watts, all 500 watts would be converted to heat, and the GPU would consume almost zero power by itself. Why, you may ask? Because all a GPU or any other compute device does is calculate and produce information. Information is not a physical quantity, and it doesn't possess any physical fundamentals such as mass, velocity, or position. Therefore, it cannot contain any energy. This is why all energy coming into the GPU would have to go out as immense amount of heat. This is why the limits of efficiency is far from our reach, and there is a lot we can improve. And here's the interesting part.
How often do I stream?
Compute with electricity. It computes with light.
About 3 to 4 times a week.
Zeros and ones either. It is fundamentally an analog.
Monday, Wednesdays, and Sundays. I usually do Mondays, Wednesdays, and Sundays, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard, but I try to do Sundays earlier. Sundays is our gaming on Linux nights. Mondays and Wednesdays we go through regular tech stuff, and then I just try to find time as well when I have time, because I also make content and do side projects and everything. So there'll probably be like additional surprise streams throughout the week. Like last week, I also streamed on Tuesday and I think Thursday. But yeah, the general format is Mondays and Wednesdays. It is we hang out, talk tech, go through content that my community wanted me to look at, and maybe code or whatever else I'm feeling. Sundays is gaming on Linux. We may be adding Saturday nights as another gaming on Linux night, just to even things out, because I've been wanting to do some more gaming stuff, but yeah.
The core of this chip is made of a crystalline material called thin-film lithium niobate. Instead of pushing an electrical current through logic gates, the data is converted into a laser beam. The chip then splits, bends...
I've read about them. Problem is we can't store or contain optical signals. There's no optical RAM or optical storage. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, because we're having everything go at the speed of light, and then it's still an electronic pulse of 0 or 1, and then how would you store that in optical memory?
And modulates those light waves across different frequencies. And this is where it gets interesting. The physics itself is the math. In a traditional GPU, if you want to calculate a heavy AI workload, like a complex nonlinear function or running a transformer model, you need millions of transistors flipping on and off across multiple clock cycles.
Right.
The multiplication. But on this chip, you shine the light through a specifically shaped optical element. As the different wavelengths of light intersect,
Wait, what?
create interference patterns. That interference pattern itself is the mathematical answer. The math literally solves itself instantly as the light passes through the chip.
Wait, what?
And because photons have no mass,
That's
they don't
trippy to
rise
think
or
about.
fall and doesn't create any resistance that can produce heat and waste energy. On a GPU, the electrical resistance is the single biggest reason for the heat output. But photonic chips avoid that by using photons instead of electrons. So the claims seem to be making much more sense than they should. But what about real-world use cases? We frequently see such revolutionary stuff that never gets to the market. But recently, they packed this crazy photonic chip into a standard 19-inch rack mountable server and deployed it to the Leibniz Supercomputing Center in Germany. They successfully installed the world's first commercial analog photonic AI processor into a fully operational high-performance data center.
You see what Linus Torvalds did yesterday? It's so bad. I haven't seen... chat, anybody know what's going on?
So how does a data center actually use a photonic chip? The best thing is that it's built as a standard PCIe card. This chip fits directly into the exact same server slots that traditional GPUs currently use. But the hardware is only half the battle. Remember why the GPU is practically a monopoly? It's because of the software and infrastructure. If developers had to learn optical engineering just to train a neural network, these chips would be dead on arrival. Nobody is going to rewrite millions of lines of code for this. To solve this,
Makes total sense.
It's called QPAL, the Photonic Algorithm Library. It acts as an invisible
Wait, what?
translator. Developers can write their AI models in standard Python and PyTorch the exact same way they write code
So they made an SDK to translate? That's cool.
for NVIDIA GPUs today. The library handles the translation from digital software to analog light waves automatically. And as for what they are actually doing with it, these light processors are being evaluated for some of the most compute-heavy, non-linear workloads we have. Real-time medical imaging, complex climate modeling, and
Damn!
massive visual AI models with drastically fewer parameters than a traditional GPU would require. But before we declare the GPU as completely dead, there is a massive elephant in the room to undress. And it's the exact same problem we started this video with, the memory wall. Photonic chips like the ones from QAnt are practically magic at calculating data. But they have one fatal flaw: they cannot store the calculated data. This means that math is being done by light, the AI model's weights, its memory cache, and the final results still have to be stored in traditional electrical memory, like standard VRAM.
So now we have to
New bottleneck called the conversion penalty.
I was just gonna say there's probably some kind of conversion penalty going on, because now you have to convert from pulses of light to electronic pulses, so it's still the on or off in light or electricity, but yeah.
Every single time the photonic chip needs to pull data from memory, the system has to convert standard electricity into a laser beam. And every time the math is finished, it has to convert that laser beam back into an electrical signal to store the answer. This optical to electrical conversion takes time, power, and introduces latency. If an AI workload requires a massive amount of back and forth reading and writing to the
Linus Torvalds merged the code the beginning to remove Intel 486 CPU support in Linux 7.1. I mean, it was bound to happen at some point. How many of you actually use an Intel 486 CPU? How many of you have actually ever built a Linux kernel? Like, compiled your own? If you go through those menus, there's a shit ton of junk that you don't need to have built in the kernel. There's a lot of bloat inside the kernel, but not in the way like Windows has bloat, because the modules are, well, modular. It's not loading everything in the same way Windows does. But if you compile a Linux kernel, it's building for a lot of drivers and things that are no longer necessary. Wait, your Discord got disabled? Oof. Like permanently disabled? Oof. Well, you got my signal at least, so let me know. Because if you have to make a new account and then get added back to the server and everything, the femboy enjoyer got flagged by age verification. GG's.
RAM, which it usually does, those conversions will eat up all the latency and energy savings that the lightspeed calculation just gave you. So how is the industry fixing this? Right now, chips like the QN NPU are highly specialized. They are deployed as coprocessors alongside traditional hardware, specifically targeted at math-heavy, nonlinear workloads where the pure calculation takes significantly longer than the memory fetch. But the Holy Grail is currently being developed in university labs, the photonic latch. Researchers are figuring out how to create optical versions of SRAM, allowing microscopic loops of light to act as ultra-fast, temporary cache memory directly on the chip without ever converting back to electricity. If they can scale that up, the GPU monopoly is done for. Also, if you like this video, you can consider subscribing to my channel. Oh, and you can also join my channel membership, by the way.
Oh, those are interesting. Wait, so you got a Discord permanent suspension? You might need to file an appeal, but if you make another account, just signal me what the username is, and I'll get you added back to the mod status and everything. That's annoying as shit. That's not happened to me, but I've heard of it happening to some others where they didn't do anything and their account got messed up. No, Chief, what kind of labs do you do you recommend that complements a CCNH cert? So most of the labs I've done, I've actually done inside of my own home lab, building things. I'm not too sure about the CCNA specifically, but I have a feeling it would probably go around like Cisco Packet Tracer because it's the Cisco way of doing things. So you'll have to learn how Cisco wants things done. I know exactly did it. They purposely went back and reported dumb messages from me when I was like 15, 16 and such. Ah. Yeah, that bites. I would just file an appeal. Not much you can do in the meantime about it. Alright, let's find the next video. Alright. Wait, didn't we do these? What kind of furry hell did you send me, Vampire? I just saw that. Okay. Oh, so we got the LinkedIn data leak. We talked about that. We talked about Switzerland's 25 gigabit. All right, so we'll move on. What's this?
If you didn't like Windows Copilot spread it around your desktop before, then you'll hate it more after this new update. They are officially adding the whole Edge browser bundle within the program, and it will start to consume 5 to 10 times more RAM than usual. How did...
Hold up, what? Did I hear that right?
After this new Windows, if you didn't like Windows Copilot spread it around your desktop before, then you'll hate it more after this new update. They are officially adding the whole Edge browser bundle within the program, and it will start to consume 5 to 10 times more RAM than usual.
Jesus!
Their useless AI and combine it with one of the worst browsers ever. You basically just made a beast incarnate. Everything we now use has some Copilot built right into it, and those Windows security updates are the virus all along. We lost another gig of RAM that should have went to something more useful. But what do y'all think about this?
So, yeah, this is part of the reason why I think a lot of Windows users are seriously considering Linux, because Windows just keeps adding more and more bloat. Whereas we've seen firsthand, you put on the Steam Deck Linux, play the same game. You can play Cyberpunk 2077 on a Steam Deck, but you put the same thing running Windows, like what is it, the Asus ROG Ally X and stuff, I think was one of the platforms. They've proven on the same exact hardware, Linux performed better. What's this? Hey, Popper!
You can't go anywhere. You don't know how to drive yet.
Aww.
Your driver's license?
My dogs would steal the keys too. I kind of learned I needed them. So what's this video? The origin of XP's welcome music. Okay. Now that's an old computer, the Dell Optiplex with the clamshell. Now that's nostalgia. If any of you start my stream, by the way, there's a little Easter egg where when you go to my stream starting, you can go check this on YouTube and Twitch. It actually starts up with the hard drive crunch noises, kind of like that, and then goes into the Windows 95 boot sound, I think it is. So my stream is booting up. What's the Micro Center 5-in-1 bundle?
Title.wma, better known as the Windows XP welcome music, is iconic. It's a song...
That was a whole experience when you installed XP. Like, I remember my family got XP, because my dad was a MSDN subscriber, Microsoft Service Developer Network, so he would get the software disks as they'd come out. Like, I had Windows Server and other stuff in my home lab growing up. But anyway, yeah, Windows XP was a whole, like, experience that was new when we installed it. No longer were there these blue menus we had to walk through that were, you know, N-curses styled. It was, you had a full GUI experience after that initial DOS-like experience of formatting the disk.
I'm sure most of us have heard before.
XP was your favorite OS? Oh yeah, XP was solid. I want React OS to succeed so we can return to the XP nostalgia and simplicity.
Years ago, especially if you didn't have the sound driver set up properly. But hearing just the first few seconds of it today can fill one with an immense sense of nostalgia. Memories of the early 2000s, the excitement, or at least a sense of curiosity that you felt when you finally got your new computer all set up, or just finished upgrading to XP. Memories of a simpler time, and for some, your childhood. But it also represents a new era
MSN Messenger, never really used that.
One that was filled with new possibilities, a fresh new user interface, a more stable file system, a Windows that seemed more personal and intuitive. The sky was literally the limit for Windows XP, and even 7 years after its end of support, it refuses to completely die off, and it remains one of the most critically acclaimed computer operating systems of all time.
Yeah,
Look, I know
Windows XP Service Pack 2 and 3 were the GOAT.
5-minute song that most people probably didn't even listen to entirely.
I didn't even realize it was 5 minutes.
To this seemingly simple piece of music than you might think. Even if you know the song's name, and know that it played during the final portion of Windows XP's installation, you probably don't know its complete origin story. Because Windows XP was far from the first time this song was ever used. In fact, it was composed when XP didn't exist, even in development build form. That's because this piece of music is 25 years old.
Wait, what?
At that time, the identity of the song's creator wasn't fully known. It remained a sort of internet mystery for many years. Countless forum threads and blog posts tried to figure out where the song came from and who was behind it. It's a mystery that wasn't completely solved until years after Windows XP's release. So, who's the person, or people, behind this iconic track? What was it initially created for? And how did it find its way into Windows XP?
It was originally Cisco hold music.
Michael MJD, and this is the full story of Title.w.
I don't know. We're gonna find out. What about Discord DMs?
We're going to start off by booting up Windows XP. I know I just said that it wasn't the first time the song was used, but it's easily the most popular usage of it, and is what most people think of when they hear the song. Windows XP was released in the fall of 2001, and it marked a drastic shift in Microsoft's product strategy by combining the consumer and professional releases of Windows into a single release with different editions. Microsoft implemented many new user interface elements that were designed to make Windows XP more welcoming to home users. A perfect example of this is the welcome screen, the UI to switch between user accounts that was used by default in the home release of XP. But Microsoft even made some changes to the installation process, redesigning it to fit in better with XP's design language. But the third and final portion of the setup is what we're going to focus on. It's known as the out-of-box experience, or OOBE. It's where you configure automatic updates.
It's also where Microsoft messes with you being able to set up your local account,
register your copy of Windows, and create user accounts for the first time. XP's predecessor, Windows...
Instead of moving on, that's all was going back to report messages, made another account. Yeah, that's what kind of bites. You may just have to do that, and then just, signal me what the, name is so I can get your perms and everything set back up.
also included an out-of-box experience that had similar functionality.
Yeah, but Windows ME was a piece of shit!
This interface for XP and left it at that, but they went the extra mile.
No, you sent me the link Micro Center had.
Music that would play as you were going through the setup. And it was a nice touch for the people that could actually hear it. Because if you didn't have your sound drivers configured properly, or just didn't have a set of speakers plugged in, you weren't going to be able to even tell that there was background music. Of course, people discovered the inclusion of the music one way or another. The song...
Oh, by the way, it says this item's no longer available. That's a bummer.
was uploaded to YouTube as early as April of 2007, and some users created tutorials showing you where the file was located on your system.
But yeah, that looked like a killer deal. Like, totally would have just bought that just for the 64 gigs of memory and swapped out the CPU. Oh, super deal, more like super sold. Oh yeah. The problem is with deals like this, you gotta jump on it. That's why when, back in December, when I saw everything was going up in price, I put the 2 computers I was building and the GPU upgrade for this all on the Micro Center credit card, and then took advantage of the 6-month 0% financing and finished paying it off all just last month.
Stored in C Windows System 32 OOBE images, and the name of the file is title.wma. It's 2.5 megabytes in size and has a runtime of almost 5.5 minutes. But there's no metadata.
Is it still possible to install XP on a newer computer? It is. Not every computer will work with it, though, because, you know, newer hardware drivers may not necessarily work for it. But I know of a lot of companies that are still virtualizing Windows XP because of some certain application
that identifies the name of the author, year of creation, or the official title. The artist is...
Everyone has a messaging thingy back in the day. Yep.
Welcome music. But as we'll discuss later on, this isn't the original name of the song. The nature of this storage location, and the fact that some users never got the chance to hear the music during the out-of-box experience, led many to refer to the song as the hidden Windows XP music.
Yep, that's what I called it. A lot of my friends actually didn't even know there was out-of-box experience music until I, like, actually showed them it. Because, like, Windows XP was so primitive compared to, like, the modern Windows now in terms of getting drivers and everything, that most computers, after a certain point, even though they had Windows XP compatibility, wouldn't display the music because you didn't install the sound drivers and stuff until after XP had already been installed. So, yeah.
For the hidden Windows song, even though it wasn't ever hidden in the first place.
Right now we're looking at Evil Homer's desktop, and he says that he wants to show us some hidden music inside of Windows XP. OOBE folder? Gotcha. Well, it's not exactly hidden music. It's just where you can find it. This is the XP setup music.
Due to the popularity and high usage share of Windows XP, the song gradually came to be known as the Windows XP welcome music, or by its
Microsoft needs to bring back the Windows XP theme for Windows 12. Microsoft needs to just
It wasn't created for and used.
stop doing shit that doesn't make sense.
So when did it make its first appearance? That would be a whole 5 years prior, in the 1996 release of Microsoft's Internet Explorer Starter Kit.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I bet you didn't see that one coming. I did a video on this in late 2020 if you want to hear more about it. But to give you the gist of it, this kit contains all sorts of information about Internet Explorer and the World Wide Web. How it worked, what you needed to get online, it even defines some web terminology.
So before Windows 95, Internet Explorer was an application you had to add manually. I think my dad told me you used to have to install an application called Trumpet to be able to get the TCP/IP stack. Windows 95 was the first Windows to support TCP/IP networking, and yeah, it was a whole experience. He was telling me with like the Mosaic browser and stuff like that back then.
It was designed for users who knew very little, or perhaps nothing, about the web, and what we know as
Oh, like people knew so little about the web and everything. Oh, not expecting that. Thank you. People knew so little about the web. I remember there was a segment on Good Morning America. If you're not familiar with that, it's a news show. A lot of our boomer parents would watch it. And they actually had, I remember as a little kid, they had a segment about what this new symbol is with this, you know, A-looking character that looped around. The @ sign. They literally had like this 5-10 minute segment about the @ sign and how many people, when they were sending emails, literally would do Jim at yahoo.com. And that's why a lot of people weren't getting their emails and stuff, because they didn't know that the @ was not AT like they are at. It was the @ symbol. That was a whole new thing added to the vocabulary of people using computers. It was this whole thing. Like, I remember my mom, when she first used a computer, she was one of those people that was ardently against computers for a while. And then eventually she had to like start writing emails and everything. And I remember teaching her, no, that's the subject line. She put her entire email in the subject line, had to copy and paste it out of there into the body. And she's like, how did you do that? I'm like, I just copied and pasted it. Like, this is like what level of knowledge we were dealing with. Didn't Netscape come first? No. Mosaic was the first web browser. Mosaic preceded Mozilla. Mosaic preceded Internet Explorer and Netscape and all of them. So yeah, you had the Mosaic browser in 1993, and Netscape browser was founded in 1994, and then Internet Explorer, I think, was, I want to say 94 as well. Internet Explorer release date. No, it was 95, August of 95. All right. I miss Explorer having a gold ring. I forgot it had a gold ring. They used to talk crap about the internet. LOL, I remember that episode. I remember, and this is one of the things I will always throw in front of academics that naysay a lot of different new technologies. How many of you are, was it Paul Krugman? How many are you familiar with Nobel Prize winning economist Paul Krugman? Many of you may be familiar with him. I think he's a New York Times columnist. He's a big economist that's into Keynesian economics. Anyway, he famously wrote a paper saying, I'm paraphrasing here, due to Metcalfe's law, that the internet will be no more relevant in a few years than the fax machine. I am not making this up. Let me see if I can find it. Paul Krugman, Metcalfe law. And here you go. Paul Krugman responds to all the people throwing around his old internet quote. The growth of the internet will slow drastically as the flaw in Metcalfe's law, which states that the number of potential connections in a network is proportional to the square of the number of participants, becomes apparent. Most people have nothing to say to each other. By 2005 or so, it will become clear that the internet's impact on the economy has been no greater than the fax machines. This was what he said in 1998. And this is why I kind of laugh at when people, like, defer to appeal to authorities and arguments, like economists like him. I'm not saying he's not a smart person, but I'm saying that they don't know everything. And obviously he was way wrong. This was the reason why this quote got thrown back around, is because he called Bitcoin evil, and people were like, he's not really the best judge of knowing the impacts of different technology. And for all intents and purposes, he called Bitcoin evil in 2013, and that it's not really going to be, Bitcoin is evil was a joke, but he also doesn't think it works as a store of value because there isn't anything underpinning it in 2013. Now, say what you will about cryptocurrency. I'm not saying, it's this amazing thing that we intended it to be, but this is 2013. He's still way off base because it ended up having a whole big financial impact on a lot of people's lives. And now it's this big major thing where governments are even considering, getting involved into it. But the point being that I came up with for this argument is a lot of people right now in AI are going around saying that they're these experts and that they know what the technology is going to be like, but they're not actually involved in the field. Like, think about all these executives right now that are saying AI is going to do this and AI is going to do that, and they're completely way off base. It's the same thing. Paul Krugman is an economist, obviously knew shit when it come to networking and the impacts of the internet, and was way off base, and was off base again when it came to technology in the form of cryptocurrency. Whatever your opinion is, he was off base, and he was completely wrong. Same people saying AI isn't going anywhere are wrong. Like, I don't think AI is going to be the end-all be-all that a lot of people are thinking it's going to be. I think it's going to be a tool that's going to stay around, but I do think it's overhyped.
Windows XP's welcome music plays in the background as you're exploring the program.
Huh. I don't even remember installing this app because I was so small,
First time this
so young.
was used. But it's not the only place that it made an appearance before Windows XP. If we travel a couple of years into the future to 1998, we'll see another implementation of it in that year's release of Microsoft Encarta Virtual Globe. When you think of
Oh, really?
Encarta, you probably think of
I
the
forgot of Encarta.
However, the name was used in a couple of other products like Encarta Dictionary and Encarta World Atlas.
Microsoft
Virtual
needs to
Globe
stop
is a
reusing product names.
Atlas and includes, a World Atlas. You can view the Earth, search for a specific
Oh yeah, that
place,
was before Google Maps. I forgot about that.
Name that place. The mode we're interested in is the World Flight. You've got a list of places to choose from, and when you select one, the program will launch into a flyover interface. And the
Could you imagine if we installed that game right now and just went through and saw how different the world is from 1998 to today?
Music that plays in the background will sound pretty familiar to you.
They hold on to copyright names? I know they do, but it's like, you have Microsoft Copilot, GitHub Copilot.
It's not a one-to-one copy of the original song.
Yeah, that version had an accordion.
Very close resemblance to it. The identity of Tidal.wma's creator was mistaken for many years. Even today, if you Google who created the Windows XP welcome music, you'll get the wrong name. Bill Brown is one of the two names that you'll see very frequently in old forum threads where somebody asked who the name of the creator is, and it's easy to see why.
I think robotics will have a larger impact than AI. AI is great and will improve. Robotics answers a lot of questions when it comes to many issues. I think it's a fair point. Out here in Nightcore before YouTube Nightcore remixes. Yeah, Windows was definitely a more musical operating system.
Of the welcome music. XP's startup sound has been referred to as the welcome sound before. I mean, it literally says welcome as the sound plays, so it could be that whoever answered this Quora post thought that the asker meant the welcome sound instead of the welcome music. And it's not that far-fetched to assume that the guy behind
the Rolling Hills
XP's music also composed Tidal.wma, but this isn't true. Keep in mind that the song was composed years before XP was even a thing. The other supposed creator of the song is Brian Eno. He also worked with Microsoft in the past and composed Windows 95's startup sound.
That's the boot up sound of my streams.
Its name is the Microsoft sound, and it's just as, or arguably more iconic than XP's welcome music. It's a track that was heard by millions of people every day, every time they logged into Windows 95. Pretty ironic for a sound that was created on a Macintosh computer. Yeah, in a 2011 interview, Brian was asked if he composed the song on a PC, and he replied,
"Did you know you can copyright a sound?" So, some companies actually copyright their sounds. I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft copyrighted that sound. But, like, do you know what other company, famously in the tech world, copyrighted their sound for marketing? Anybody? Intel. Intel was the company that actually copyrighted or trademarked their sound. So remember growing up, you had the Intel Pentium sound? You know, Intel Inside, ding, 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 ding. If you pay attention to the Intel sound, every new version of Intel CPU for many generations added a new note. So if you look at like Pentium 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, the sound actually changes. But it was unique to each line. The AOL internet connection sound. So that static hiss and everything wasn't specific to AOL, but AOL did definitely, I don't know if they copyrighted it, but they definitely were famous for, "You got mail."
"No, I wrote it on a Mac. I've never used a PC in my life. I don't like them." However, Brian Eno didn't work on Windows XP's music at all, and the theory of him being the man behind Tidal.wma seems to be based on the simple fact that he worked with Microsoft before, and that some people thought the music sounded Brian Eno-esque. The last supposed creator of the song that I want to talk about is actually...
What about the Dunk Air sound? Not sure.
Australian pop duo Savage Garden. They had their fair share of #1 hit singles like Truly Madly Deeply, I Knew I Loved You, and I Want You. In 1997, they released a song called
I think the error sound, or one of the sounds inside of Apple, is called So Sue Me. So Sue Me. Seriously.
It wasn't a hit single, the song isn't even mentioned on the group's Wikipedia page. However, the first 25 seconds of it sound very familiar to Windows XP's welcome music. Unfortunately, I can't play the song here for obvious reasons.
Here, if you don't believe me. So Sumi is a famous Apple alert sound introduced in 1991 System 7, created by designer Jim Reeks to mock a long-running legal battle with Apple Corps, the Beatles company, over music rights. This was literally born out of the Apple Corps v. Apple Computer big fight with the Beatles. So Apple Music, or what was it? Apple Corps was the company behind the Beatles that held the rights and everything, and Apple Computer was obviously Apple Computer. They made the argument that people would get their brands confused and everything. There was a 1991 settlement. But it's funny, when new sounds for System 77 were created, the sounds were reviewed by Apple's legal department, who objected that the new sound alert chime had a name that was too musical under a 1991 settlement. Jim Reeks, the creator of the new sound alerts for System 7, had grown frustrated with the legal scrutiny and first quipped it should be named Let It Beep, a pun on Let It Be. When someone remarked that would not pass the legal department's approval, he remarked, "So sue me." After a brief reflection, he resubmitted the sound's name as Sosumi, a homophone of Sosumi, careful to submit it in written form rather than spoken form to avoid pronunciation. Yeah. So the famous, sound that you hear on Apple, it's called Susumi because of Beatles. And the irony is, Apple's defense against Apple Corporation that oversaw Beatles IP was that Apple's not a music company, they are a computer company and have no interest in getting into the music industry. Well, we all know a decade later they did. So, yeah.
But if you look it up and give it a listen, I guarantee you'll agree.
What about the Pentium sound with the Blue Man Group? Yeah. All the Pentium sounds were trademarked. Here, let me see. Pentium sound. Let me see. Intel Pentium. So they actually had, I don't know if we're going to listen to all of this, but...
Intel's been with us for decades. Let's see how much has changed, starting in 1972.
We may have to go through this video another time, but... they went through a lot of different things, and I think it was the 80s or 90s.
At light speed.
They had a lot of...
The computer inside. Successful computer from Intel.
But yeah, they added a note. I noticed this as a kid. Every generation. At least as long as I was a kid. It was supposed to mimic a Japanese word, but there's no Japanese word Sosumi. There isn't even one that sounds similar in Japanese. Well, remember, this was back in the days. The internet wasn't accessible, so doing research like that wasn't... as easy.
Agree with me. This similarity caused many people to believe that Tidal.wma was an instrumental version of 1000
Well, so sometime in 2020, the new sound alert was renamed to Sonumi. You ever see the history of how Sony pulled off their PS1 intro song? Oddly interesting. I did not, but we did watch the sound on the IMAX sound. I mean, the video on the IMAX sound the other day.
words, and when forum threads popped up with curious users trying to figure out the song's creator, more than a few replied with Savage Garden, and used 1000 words as evidence. And again, this isn't that
Savage
far-fetched.
Gardens?
It's very easy to see why people came to this conclusion. What are the odds of a pop duo releasing a song with an almost identical melody to the welcome music used in Windows XP 4 years later, and there not being any sort of correlation between the duo and Microsoft? Well, during my research for this video, I wasn't able to find any link between the band and Microsoft. And keep in mind that Tidal.wma made its first appearance in the Internet Explorer Starter Kit an entire year prior to the release of 1,000 Words, and was in its original form, the same form that we heard in XP.
So that debunks that theory.
I would say that the duo heard the song and used it as inspiration to write one of their own, or maybe they actually came up with the melody by themselves and the whole thing is just a coincidence.
It's so weird that, like, there's such a mystery around this song.
Tidal.wma. So who is? It's a question that wouldn't be fully answered until the year 2011, when a seemingly unsuspecting piece of music was uploaded to SoundCloud.
Wait.
And with that upload, the true creator of XP's welcome music was finally realized. The description reads, composed, produced, and performed by Stan Lepard in 1996.
So SoundCloud answered it?
Up until this point, and it wasn't even a contender in all of those forum threads and blog posts. But Stan Lepard was the true creator of Tidal.wma, which actually isn't the song's original name. You probably noticed the Windows 98 in the title, so let me explain that.
Welcome.
Part of the description says, used in the home version of Windows 98 for the setup music. Also used in Windows XP, Internet Explorer Starter Kit 3, and Encarta Virtual Globe 1998. Now, Windows 98 didn't have a home edition, as it was the home version of Windows during its time. NT 4.0 was the version geared towards professional and business use.
That I remember.
I've never heard this song anywhere in Windows 98. There are
Neither have I.
explanations for this, though. In a post on Quora, a former Microsoft employee who worked on XP responded to a question about the welcome music and said, as I recall it, the group program manager over our team had that song lying around from an earlier project that it had been cut from. I think it may have been a version of IE or a Windows prototype. He had the song commissioned for Microsoft during the 1990s. Now this lines up with our timeline. However, the song wasn't cut from
Sega Channel, I actually saw the full video of it. It is a cartridge that had a coaxial cable that you plug into your Sega and you could play games from online. Oh yeah.
Told Stan when they commissioned him to create the song. It's also possible that the song was going to be in a version of Windows like codename Nashville, which was never finished. Stan simply meant to say the home edition of XP instead of 98. But everything else is correct, and he confirms in a comment that it was originally used in the Internet Explorer Starter Kit, and that the song has no relation to the Savage Garden song. Now, if you go to the SoundCloud page and listen to the song today, it will sound a bit different than what you're used to. That's because Stan created a 2020 remix version of the song and replaced the original audio file, because SoundCloud lets you do that. Later on, he uploaded the original track as another song on his SoundCloud page. Though this song is far from the only piece of music that Stan composed for Microsoft.
Right.
He also worked on Encarta Virtual Globe and Microsoft Flight Simulator, and he even created music for video games, including Halo 3,
Holy shit, he did the Halo songs!
Halo Reach, Halo 3 ODST, Destiny, Age of Empires 3, Guild Wars 2, Hexic, Plants vs. Zombies.
Good God!
But I would...
That guy's got a freaking resume! He's like, yeah, so what songs have you created? Have you heard the Windows XP startup music? Halo 3? Halo Reach? Age of Empires 3? Yeah, it's all mine. Flicks hair.
venture to say that Tidal.wma is one of the most, if not the most, popular piece of music that Stan wrote, due to the extremely high usage share that XP used to have.
I wonder how much he got paid for it.
The song has been uploaded to YouTube, where it's accumulated millions of views across multiple videos. But if the post on Quora that I mentioned earlier is completely accurate, the music wasn't initially intended to be included in Windows XP at all, but was instead added at the last minute. Relatively late in the game, it became part of the OOBE experience, and though some people didn't like it, there were a few on the team responsible for Windows' overall look and feel that I understand weren't elated by it being a change they hadn't approved. Most Windows team members, senior management, and testers really liked it, and it lived on through release to become a bit of an FAQ. So that's the story of Title.wma. The story of a song that took years for its actual creator to be recognized. No matter if you've heard the song only...
It's amazing it took like 20 years to figure out who actually was behind it.
In its own way.
Do I still have that 3D printed 3D printer? Yes.
Store, or made available for purchase through iTunes, never made it to the Hot 100, and never put on Spotify, Title.wma is one of the most purchased pieces of music of all time, even if a large number of people didn't even know that they had a copy of it. And I think we can all agree that's a pretty impressive accomplishment.
Yeah, I think it is impressive too.
I want to thank you all very much for watching. If you enjoyed this episode, be sure to give it a like and get subscribed. And as always, I will see you all in the next video.
Oh, that was interesting. Alright, let's see. What's next? We already talked about the Grafana ghost. Kara sent this video, Hackers Make Fake Notifications, from John Hammond. Let's see this video.
How often do you get notifications on your computer? You trust...
Like, never, because I disabled them on Pop OS. But on the Windows one, it annoys the shit out of me.
Right? After all, it's your computer from applications you installed. So they wouldn't be malicious, would they? But what if a hacker could fake?
I guarantee you've got at least one Wii playing around. I don't have a Wii.
And I'm going to open up the terminal to have access.
I don't have any Nintendo devices.
And I'm going to try and query the Windows registry. That's available as a PS drive or PowerShell drive when we include the colon right after the hive. And I'll access HKCU or HKey current user. I'm looking into software and Microsoft Windows using tab complete to speed this up here, and I'm looking for notifications and their settings.
You only made $35K for the sound?
Windows
Jeez.
might register different applications that are able to send notifications. We can get a good list here, and you can see the Windows System Toast Startup app, Windows Defender, like your antivirus,
right,
Microsoft Edge, and a handful of others. I have Cursor installed, and maybe that's some cool AI shenanigans we could do. But it's not just in HKCU. Remember, HKCU for the current user is your active user, and that could be low privileges. You can make changes to that. You can modify it. But HKLM, for HKey local machine, does require administrative privileges. It's another location, though, where you might see other apps, things related to Skype, and we can kind of join these together. What I'm going to do is actually grab, with this all in its parentheses, just the PS or PowerShell child name, and I'll do the very same again for HKCU, for our current user. So what if I faked an alert that looked like a regular, genuine Microsoft Windows Defender antivirus alert, saying, ooh, you have malware on your computer. Or Microsoft Edge needs an update, it's mandatory you click a link, or Cursor says it's done. With whatever.
I mean, it's no different than the pop-up scareware that you would get for years before even Windows 11 and Windows 10. And get a IE browser saying your computer's infected. It's not really infected. The pop-up itself is the gateway for the infection.
AI turn you were working on. So let's write a script, and I'm going to use the PowerShell ISE, or the integrated, what's that acronym? It's not IDE, scripting environment, right? And how about I create just a little playground to be able to work with this, like notifications in PowerShell. Now we do need a little bit of special sauce here. We're going to have to add a type, or add in some C# like managed assembly capabilities.
I hate PowerShell.
The assembly name, and I know it's long and verbose, regular Windows stuff, but system runtime, Windows runtime. So we'll have access to like WinRT, the Windows runtime. Then you have some boilerplate stuff. Windows.UI.notifications, toast notification.
Windows PowerShell always has the jankiest syntax.
I cannot store that long boilerplate in my brain. I'll leave a link down below for us to be able to explore that a little bit more, but that is what we need for some scaffolding. Then we need to choose which application installed do we want to fake a notification from. Back in our PowerShell output, all of these that we saw from the command line are what are called AUMIDs, or Application User Model Identifiers. That's the unique ID that Windows assigns to modern applications, so it knows what apps are able to work with notifications or be assigned inside of the Start menu, what entries are associated, and how these toast or pop-up notifications can relate to applications. So if we're trying to put our hacker hat on, scheme up and plan...
LLM build my PowerShell stuff nowadays because it's so rough. I do the same thing. Claude handles a lot of my PowerShell stuff.
That way we could have a lure or a little deceit to...
Often what I'll do is I'll maybe put scaffolding and be like, this is what I wanted to do in like Python or Bash syntax, or at least some pseudocode, and then say, I need that in PowerShell. Because PowerShell is one of the jankiest syntaxes. My brain just does not want to play nice with it.
Have the user maybe willingly provide their password or credential.
No experience in IT or coding, but I watch your stuff and pretend to know what you're talking about. Well, you watch stuff long enough, eventually you'll pick up on things, and then you actually might start understanding things. I mean, I kind of did that for many years. As I tell people, if you're the smartest one in the room, leave that room, find a room that you're the dumbest one in, because then you'll learn things from osmosis. Through osmosis.
That looks believable because we told
Osmosis Jones.
So I'm sure you could tell the way that we end up putting together these toast notifications is based off of XML, or the extensible markup language.
Look, I made a shitty website design for my university project. That's my coding knowledge. Fair enough.
We can use in PowerShell with the double quotes and @ sign surrounding them. Could we define a toast notification? I'll walk through the syntax here to create a visual indicator and what we'll display for our pop-up. But before I get into the important syntax, I think we gotta have a conversation because, yeah, this could be...
You graduate next weekend with your bachelor's in CS. Nice.
Anyone may be taking advantage of...
I'm hopefully gonna have my bachelor's at the end of the year.
Let me tell you about the sponsor of today's video, Varonis. Today's world runs on data, and modern threats have one sole objective.
I know Varonis. I've used their stuff before. I think we were using it for GRC. Oh yeah, I think so. It was what GRC was using. Man, that software was clunky. I think when I last left the job I was at before, we were looking at replacing Varonis potentially with Vanta. But yeah.
And let's add a little bit of text here to say, little lie, Microsoft Edge requires an update. How about a critical security update? We should actually be able to supply 3 different lines of text, one being the top header, a little bit more information down below, and then like a source or attribution line. Your internet access is degraded until update is complete. So now that we've built out our little social engineering lie, we need to actually pop up...
Chief teaches me more than university professors never have time to go over nuances.
Into like a doc.
It's actually really touching to hear that.
Defines a new object with the Windows Data XML DOM XML document. Okay, cool. We got that one. Then we could go...
I also hate XML.
Load XML from our...
Not as much as PowerShell, but just saying.
Just above. From there, we can create the actual toast object. That takes some more Windows types, so in these square braces here, windows.ui.notifications.toast notification, and we'll create a new object from it.
I don't like PowerShell, but it's a lot easier to create custom functional scripts and propagate them to Windows devices through AD compared to other interpreted languages. Honestly, nothing ChatGPT can't handle. XML is annoying. Yeah, like, Microsoft at least did do the solid to get PowerShell integrated because command prompt long outlived its usefulness. Because before, we were using batch scripts before we moved to PowerShell. And it was horrible administrating systems before... I think Windows 7 was the first one to introduce PowerShell. But the syntax for PowerShell always confused the ever-loving shit out of me. You can tell they were trying to make a language to compete against Bash, or something like that. But in the traditional Microsoft way, they effed it all up. I swear I learned to stop caring for people's opinions online because they say some dumb stuff. Oh yeah, don't you know that meme? I can't go to sleep, somebody's wrong on the internet. Yeah. Look, you should see the amount of people that put stupid comments on a bunch of my content, and I just have to go, you know what? I'm not even going to respond to that.
Based off of this document that we've just prepared from our XML. Then we actually need to register with a notifier, like a sort of manager for these. Windows UI, notifications, Toast, notification manager. And we will create our Toast notifier, you could see there, from the actual Toast object we just created on the line above. Now with that syntax done, we could have our notifier start to show the Toast. And we'll pop up a real Windows notification from Microsoft Edge that says, hey, we need to update with this critical security update. And
that's a lot of scaffolding just for a notification.
In the AMUID. So we know that's going to look like it comes from Microsoft Edge. Then, once those two are created, both our notifier manager and the Toast itself, we could just have the notifier, and you know what? I guess I'll put the letter I in there so that's spelt right for once, and we'll show our Toast object. And that, maybe 24 lines of code, a little bit of white space here and there. We could minify stuff. Again, it's all PowerShell, so putting our hacker hat on, we could obfuscate, we could encrypt, we could manipulate this any way that we want. But let me press F5 on my keyboard. And we got Microsoft Edge with a new notification. So something went wrong, but we did get our pop-up. Looks like we might use a actual template for this binding, so that way we could specify kind of the format that we're looking at. I want Toast generic here. Forgot that tidbit. With that, if I press F5 once again, there we go. We see our real Microsoft Edge requires a critical security update. We could tighten that up. We could customize this. Maybe we...
PowerShell can be so confusing sometimes. Sometimes? Confusing sometimes?
But just having this pop-up doesn't really do anything for us.
Writing HTML in PowerShell feels cursed. PowerShell existing is a cursed experience.
Site. Maybe we could have it run code to actually then ask for credentials. And I know what you're thinking, right? I know folks are going to say, well, hey, yeah, this is still after initial access. Yes, exactly. But maybe this is leveraged with something like ClickFix. Remember, we could just as easily swap out any AUM.
PowerShell feels like the corporate GRC policy version of Bash. That's basically what I've been saying, more or less. I call it the bastardized version of Bash. Because, like, you can tell they pulled a lot of their ideas from Bash, which is a very well-known scripting language that's been used in Unix land for a while, born-again shell. But just had to Microsoftify it, or as we like to call it, fuck it up.
From Microsoft Edge, let's say it's something like a real Windows antivirus and defender notification. Your security is at risk. Let's pop that one. Nice. And if you're ever curious what those actual notifications might say when you see them, in case you saw them previously and you want to go take a look, you can just click on the bell icon here in your startup to be able to see the Action Center and past notifications. Looks like it really genuinely says threats found. Please visit the Windows Security Center. And some of these you can't turn notifications off, like Windows Security. Microsoft Edge? Yeah, we could probably clobber that. But anyway, let's get to the fun part. Let's add a button. This can be defined via an action that we'll add a new section for. And realistically, that's plural, actions with an S, because each item itself is an actual action. And we can specify the...
That's not confusing at all!
Content. Let's go back to our Microsoft Edge.
It's shit like this that is why I always look to my team and I'm like, you can make the PowerShell script. I do the Python and the Bash and the IAC Terraform shit and yeah.
Just to have that a little bit more clear. Now our button can say install update, and we can add in other attributes here like the activation type and we could say protocol, so that we could then actually open up a web page or anything that could be accessed via a regular natural native Windows protocol handler. So we could supply arguments here to maybe go to our attacker-controlled website, or for our silly, simple little proof of concept, right, let's just go to example.com. I'm more so interested in showing you a little bit of this process itself than staging a whole like C2 command and control framework or lore site, because this could totally be tied together. But we are missing one critical piece for this single element action.
What's the name of this video?
For the XML style with
Hackers Make Fake Notifications by John Hammond.
A single forward slash just before the closing greater than symbol waka waka. Now when I hit F5, Microsoft Edge requires a critical security update. Internet access is degraded until update is complete. We can click install update, and that will drag me right on over to example.com. Cutesy, silly, neato, maybe that attacker-controlled site could be something to do some more shenanigans with. Or, just for the sake of our learning, let's do a little dismiss button where the activation type is instead system.
The thing about this, though, is like, okay, yeah, you can do this, but your computer would essentially have to be compromised to begin with in order for these pop-up updates to actually happen that could then hijack you further. So, unless I'm missing something, I'm not sure what the value is here from an attack vector, because you would already have to have it compromised. Be that as it may, where's the other thing I was thinking about when it came to this? There was something else I had about this. But yeah, like, this is all fine and dandy, but, like I was saying, your computer would have to be compromised in order for this to really be useful. And at that point, I don't know what the usefulness in doing this would be, because you would already have compromised the machine. But also, this just seems to be the new version of the scareware, potentially, where you would get those pop-ups for many years, where it's like your computer's infected, and the pop-up itself is the malware getting you to download some piece of software that then could infect you, or, you know, click here to do a virus scan on your computer. Like, it's basically the next iteration of that. What is actually the purpose of Azure AD? What benefits does it add to a company? So, Azure AD is just cloud-based Active Directory. So, basically, when you're in a business, you want to centralize control as much as possible. Now, a lot of businesses still have to deal with the classic version of Active Directory. So Azure AD, as I recall, is kind of allowing for the hybrid approach of that, because now we're shifting more to Microsoft Intune to manage devices. So Azure AD allows you to still have that federated system with Active Directory servers that can be controlled both in the cloud as well as on-premise, as I recall properly. And it ties into the overall federated identity that they have in there with Entra and other things. Azure AD or Intune? I think they play into each other. It's been a while since I've done the Microsoft 365 configuration of things, so I may have gotten my terms messed up a little bit. Like, they also change names on a lot of this stuff, because I think Azure AD used to be Entra AD or something like that, and they've changed it around, and it's been a while since I've deployed for Active Directory environments. It's not for attack vector. Videos to clickbait. Wow. Yeah, that's what it kind of felt like to me, because I'm sitting here just kind of like, okay, you can make this PowerShell script to do all these things, but the notifications here wouldn't be as worrisome as the pop-ups that one would get on your web browser for scareware, but a lot of that has been mitigated because no longer do we have pop-ups. My God, do y'all remember the scourge that was pop-ups back in the day? You could literally have an infected computer, leave it running, and you'd have like 30, 40, 50, 60 pop-ups within a few minutes. But yeah. Let me see. Thank you for not gatekeeping. That's kind of what we're against here. We don't gatekeep, we just at most give realistic perspectives where sometimes we have to tell people the world's gatekeeping things, we're not trying to gatekeep it. Like, you know, unfortunately in cybersecurity, they want you to jump through those checkboxes for HR and stuff. Don't you miss when you have to click yes every time while using Vista? No, because Vista's the reason why I left for Windows. I mean, on Linux. What if it's not compromised but using system-made executables? I don't know why you would be modifying system-made executables to be giving notifications here. Unless there's something related to the applications you're... Like, I just don't see somebody going in through this effort to make these notifications to be able to compromise your system unless there somehow happens to be some kind of a 0-day that happens to allow them to inject these notifications into the system. But that would be, like, there's so many other pieces at play that would have to get to this point. I don't know. I've been loosely using Intune for years. I don't use Intune, I use JumpCloud. I'm grandfathered into their system. I like JumpCloud. It's a little bit expensive, but yeah. I'm grandfathered into their, like, 10 free devices and users free forever plan. My grandmother had that back in August. She thought it was normal. Oof. Yeah, my family was like that. That's part of the reason why, a few years ago, I put them on Linux on their desktop, because my grandmother's like, Baba, I just need to use Solitaire and then use the internet to go and book tickets to see the family and print things out for the tickets and all that. And I'm like, cool. What's your browser you use? Chrome? Cool. I can deal with that. Installed, I think, Subuntu or Lubuntu years ago, and set that up. She had an HP printer, so I got HP Linux Image and Print driver set up. I installed a game of Solitaire for her that I found somewhere in the forums, or somewhere in the Linux software catalog. I can't remember which one it was. And then I installed Chromium for her, got everything set up, her home pages, all of that, and literally told her, like, look, if there's any issue, just turn off the computer and turn it back on. And if there's anything more than that, call me. I barely had to do tech support on that computer until it died. And at that point, I took her to Micro Center and bought her a Chromebook. O&O, shut up, feels so sketchy downloading, but hot damn, it is good. O&O is actually a reputable company. O&O Defrag was one of the best defragmentation softwares back in the day. Unless they're in some manufacturing plant using PLC or something. Video creator thinks cooking. Imagine if everyone thought like us, maybe the world would be better and logical. Well, John Hammond is one of the more popular known cybersecurity creators. I don't watch a lot of his content, but yeah, this definitely felt a little bit more of a clickbaity video to me. I haven't seen much of his content, so I'm not gonna, like, say overall, like, he's clickbaity, like, to what Linus Tech Tips does. I mean, he's at least giving some technical education along the way in a way that I don't think Linus has done really ever. So I think there's value there where, you know, people looking at this can at least pull some information out of this. Overall, would I see this video being that valuable overall into cybersecurity? Not really. It's like, hey, cool, this is how Windows system functions run underneath for notifications, so you at least learn that aspect of things. But, yeah. Alright, so let's move on. I ran Lubuntu for a bit, runs on a potato, good stuff. Oh, I loved Lubuntu because it's lightweight. I liked Subuntu because of XFCE a little bit better, but LXDE was even lighter.
This is my custom smartwatch. I use it to control TVs, drive my pocket bots, control my cat's toys.
Is that a LilyGo watch?
You guys have been asking for this video for a while, so here we go. My watch is USB rechargeable, has a temperature sensor, a digital compass, a small flashlight, and lots of settings. The case is 3D printed and measures 38 by 45 millimeters.
Okay.
It weighs 21 grams. Inside, there's a 320 milliamp hour LiPo, the PCB, and a 1.54-inch ST7789 LCD.
Pretty chonky.
Design from Crown and Buckle. The PCB is a custom 2-layer board with 3 buttons, an IR emitter, an RV8803 real-time clock, and the BNO055 IMU.
Okay.
Is the AT90 USB 64. I went through several iterations of the PCB. Getting it right was an interesting exercise. I intentionally stayed away from Wi-Fi capabilities, but maybe my next design will have that. Power management is very important. I make heavy use of sleep.
So he doesn't have Wi-Fi.
To do this. The LiPo.
Does it have LoRa?
For my pocket bots. It lasts for 2 days at the most, and it charges in about an hour and a half.
That's not too bad.
Enough design that I've never had a problem with rain or the occasional splash of water. I use it as my daily driver because it's so useful and reliable. Which features should I add next? Thanks for watching.
But I'm curious about how can I make one and what the advantages are with that device. Because, I mean, I've been looking at, like, different smartwatch styles. Like, LilyGo has this one watch. Here, I'll share this before we move on to the next video. So, LilyGo, if you haven't seen by now, is pretty much one of my favorite IoT companies for a lot of various hardware. They make the LilyGo T Echo Plus that I'm using, the T Deck. So as you can see, they have all these devices over here. They have some e-paper devices I wanted to look at. They have a lot of cool stuff. Needless to say. Like, you can definitely peruse their catalog and find some really cool stuff. But I heavily use their LoRa stuff. So as you can see, I've got the T Echo, I've got the T Beam Supreme, I've got the T Deck over here with a custom case. They got the T Deck Pro over here with the e-ink screen. I actually need to take a look at that. But they also have this T Watch I was looking at. They have a couple of watches now. And this is the T Echo Plus that I was telling you about that I like. Now they have a couple of other boards here now. They also have this Meshtastic pager over there. I'm just curious. And they have the T Echo Lite over here. I think that was the watch I was actually eyeing. It was one of the several watches they have. They have a lot of different devices. That's why I definitely can recommend them. But if we look at the T Deck Pro, they have a voice version, but this also can run on 4G. So I'm curious how that exactly works. But yeah, I'll have to look at that. But it's using an ESP32, so it still would probably run around maybe a day of battery life at that 1400 milliamp, because my T Deck over here has a 3000 milliamp battery, and it lasts about a day. So you have that, but the watches are what we're here for. So this is the S3 they have, and that is running, so all of these are running ESP32s, which he specifically said in his video he was not using. This also has wireless built in, and it can use MicroPython, along with Arduino, and of course VS Code. It's got a real-time clock, microphone, power detection, 3-axis acceleration sensor. So, I mean, it's a pretty decent device here. And I think this one also has LoRa, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it has LoRa in there with the SX1262 chip, which is the pretty popular chip for all of that. Then you have the S3 Plus, which is... looks like they added GPS to that one. with a bigger, beefier battery. So that 940 milliamp hour battery is bigger than the 320, I think he said they had in there. But this was the watch I was really eyeing, because they make a 915 megahertz version. Of course, it's sold out because it was pre-sale. Wasn't available when I was gonna go buy it, but it's apparently got a bunch of the nice features that were in there before, and an 1100 milliamp hour battery. But it's also got some antenna weaved into it. So this was what I was looking at, like, getting for a secondary watch, because I think it'd be really cool to have a Meshtastic wearable device. But yeah, so there's totally options out there. There's also this T-Beam 1W. I think this is the 1 watt version of the T-Beam, which I've thought about buying, but meh. I don't need 1 watt right now, because I already have the, well, 1 watt's the max you're allowed to use on radio without a license. I can go up to 1500 watts with my license, but this will be easy. Anyway, and you can do a lot with 1 watt. Facts, the tech people that are influencers never include technical aspects. Well, that's why I'm not an influencer. I'm a content creator. Call me an influencer. It's a disgusting term. Linus is the master clickbaiter, full of himself, never giving enough credit when it's due. Linus thinks the computer world revolves around him, and he is the leader of the tech revolution. Linus doesn't know what it's like walking into a 100-degree plant to replace a network switch. That one I definitely felt. He gets his underpaid staff to do it. Wasn't one of the employees basically made the point of, after you're helping your boss wire up his house and his data center or something like that, you start to wonder if you'll be able to afford a house yourself? Like, I know personally, I'm thinking about how I'm going to build my content creation stuff. This is a side business. But I pay one of my mods who does the clipping a percentage of all of my short form content. And I've told them straight up, like, dude, your work is worth more than this. But right now, this is how much is coming in. You get this percentage of it, you know, for all the work you do. And as we make more money, you'll get more money. And I have full intention, once I get to the point that, you know, the live streaming and everything becomes a little bit more profitable, to spread that wealth to my moderators here, because they do a fantastic job. Like, I'm on 4 different platforms. And I think, you know, they do deserve to get, you know, a little bit, and I want to pay my team before I pay myself. The only way I pay myself right now is to reimburse myself for the hardware I buy at Micro Center and stuff for content. I have made $0 personally off of all of my content. My team has made more than I have. I want to make my own smartwatch by hand. Curse them for not letting us own our own EUV lithography machine. Alright, but let's see. Next video. Violence is never the answer. Alright.
The next time somebody tells you that violence is never the answer, just remember, they are taking that quote out of context. The original version of that phrase was, violence is never the answer until it becomes the only answer. But of course, the exact people who that violence should be inflicted on wouldn't want you to know that, would they?
Yep, that's definitely true. Now, in that vein there, y'all know, I am not a Christian by any means. But it's always so funny when Christians say, you know, Jesus would tell you to turn the other cheek, and I'd have to remind them, didn't he also remind you one of the teachings from the Torah was to sell your cloak for a sword? Pacifism is not something we are taught in my religion. We're taught not to, kill someone in cold blood. We're taught to kill in self-defense. That's why even with the whole schmucks in charge of the government overseas right now, I can't condone their actions. Because it's against Torah. But yeah, a lot of people will misquote religion to merely suit their own agenda. I mean, what is it? Pete Hegseth apparently just quoted the Pulp Fiction Bible verse they made, or a psalm or something like that Samuel L. Jackson had said. Jesus totally wrecked that temple shop they were running. If I do that to a church store, they would put me away. Yeah, he flipped the table. He flipped the table because back in the Second Temple period, there was a known issue of corruption among some of the priests. This was an issue. But, yeah. He did what? Yeah! Hans, Pete Hegseth literally quoted Pulp Fiction. Now, I don't know much about the New Testament. A friend of mine was who told me about it. But I'll pull this up on screen. From the Associated Press. Pete Hegseth reads a prayer adapted from Pulp Fiction during Pentagon service. Okay? This was reported all over. And they're defending it. That's why I crack up so much when this administration portrays themselves as this pious, fighting for Christianity, administration, when I'm going to tell you, let me see, how can I put this way? I do not have an issue with Christianity. I have an issue with Christians. Does that make sense? I have no issues with the religion of Christianity. I have no issues with, the Wiccan religion, whatever religion you want to throw at me. Those are just ideologies. I may have issues with the practitioners of several, of some of these religions. The only exception to this rule so far has been Scientology, which just gets a blanket no. Okay? I mean, they get a blatant, what would be the right sound for this? That's when I smack the shit out you. I smack the shit out. That's the only, religion so far I'm sorry, I can't jive with that, period. But that's more like a cult than anything, let's be honest. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. This is one of the things that sickened me about a lot of people that use these kind of ideologies in their discussion is they bend it to satisfy the things that they believe in, even if the actual totality and context of their scripts does not agree with their actions. And who was it? I think, in a way, even, was it Marx that said this? Marx, I think, may have been slightly on the money when he said religion is an opiate to the masses, because a lot of religion has been perverted in a way to do that. But I'm a follower of the mighty, almighty mainframe, and that's it. That is a respectable mainframe. All hail the mighty Zero and the mighty One. Should have had Kamehameha instead. If I was Jesus, I would make a world amazing place where RAM is cheap and Linux is the primary option. Does the Trump administration even read the Bible? No, but they sell Trump edition Bibles. The reality is, and this is one of the things I can say that I actually do like about my faith, is whenever I have been challenged with an idea, I can then go to the rabbi or whoever and say, source me on this. And then we can actually start pulling up, Mishnah, Gemara, Halacha, anything that goes on to cite and source these different answers. And sometimes my rabbis will come back to me and say, all right, I misquoted that. It actually says this. TikTok went stupid for a second. American Christians are so bad for not following their own book. Well, what is it I think they said? Like, I remember I read somewhere there's a statistic that the average amount of Americans that have read the actual Bible is like less than like a quarter of it, which blows my mind. Because I have the position of I should be a well-rounded person, so I should understand the mindsets of other people. I've read a little bit of the New Testament. I've read some of the Quran. So I try to get that. I even read, what was it, the Bhagavad Gita or whatever it's called in Sikhism. I read that a little bit, just to get an understanding. But, yeah. And the other thing I hate about a lot of discussions around religion, people feel like they have to be the right one. Whereas, this is another thing that I like about my faith is atheists even go to heaven. You don't have to, believe in a certain thing to go to heaven. Just be a good person. Do good things in your life, go to heaven. You don't necessarily even have to believe in God to go to heaven. That's the Jewish perspective, if you're wondering. 17% is the estimate of active readers, 50% is people who've read it once. Yeah. Buddhism is the one I might be able to get behind. I know a few Buddhists. They're pretty chill. Look, I got friends all over the religious spectrum. They're all chill. You think the new CEO will bring better products for Apple? Apple... I think Apple is stuck in a rut with a lot of their, ways of thinking. They'd have to undo a lot of brand damage they've done over the years. I don't think they really should be worried about bringing new products in, but so much as focusing on the things they already have to be improved to appeal to the masses. Like, I think the Apple MacBook Neo, for example, was a step in the right direction. But I do think they need to work on lowering the prices of things. That's harder to say right now. But, yeah. She just can't spell today. It's okay, I know what you mean. I'd rather join the Satanists over Christians. I actually do have a few Satanist friends. They are so chill to me compared to those Christians I've dealt with. I've met good Christians and bad Christians. But I will say this. I do view anyone trying to say that they're a good religious person as a defense, or to, say that they're a good person, usually as a red flag to indicate they actually are trying to swindle you. The people that I've met that, are some of the most trustworthy people to work with that also have been religious are the ones that aren't preachy about the religion. Like, my Muslim friends are just like, yeah, I'm Muslim. What about it? Oh, I'm Christian. What about it? They're good for the sake of it. But when you get those people that are like, I'm just trying to be a good Christian person and do the good Christian thing, they're really trying to, sell you on it. Those are the people I tend to side-eye. Honesty doesn't need to be proven. Does that make sense? But let's go into the next video we had.
One Piece fans, blind react to this. I made a pirate metal version of Binks's Brew. Check it out.
This is our new sea shanty, okay? I probably would have brought the vocals up a little bit more, but this is good. If you're not a One Piece fan, I'm sorry. You just aren't wonderful. That was nice. I did not have any issue until they stopped me on the street, at the bus stop, outside a store, at my front door, leaving trash at my door, getting outside of their car, stop, turn, and look at me and go, yeah. The ones that annoy me are, like, when they try to proselytize me, and I basically just say, dude, I'm Jewish, and then they still try, you know, being pushy on the whole religion side. It should have been as simple as, dude, I'm Jewish. It's not happening. Move on. Can't wait until Brooke sees Laboon again. Oh, that'll be a great episode. A proper sea shanty is something that can be replicated with limited materials on a ship, designed to keep time. Thought it was just entertainment. Alright, next post.
Do y'all remember when Graphene OS denied the age verification laws launched in the US? Well, now 2 extra Linux distributions are contemplating on doing the same thing, those being Debian and Zorin OS. Debian has stated that they find it difficult to implement this on an open source software. I've been saying that about Linux this whole time. Same with Zorin OS. They put your privacy first, they are an open source distribution, and this is a privacy invasive law. I'm going to predict that every other OS will deny this law except Windows and iOS. But what do y'all think about this?
I mean, yeah, it makes sense that they deny it. I think System 76 is going to add it because they're in Colorado, and here's the thing. I'm not saying that I agree with these laws or anything, but System 76 is one of the very few companies that is in a rock and a hard place. What I mean by that is they actually sell hardware, which means for sure there is hardware going out there that has their operating system, and not only their operating system, that they are selling that combination of. So the government of Colorado can go directly to them and say, you are in violation of Colorado state law requiring identity verification. And that's why I think a lot of people are wrongfully upset at System 76 for the approach they have, which has basically been, we don't agree with this, but we're going to have to implement it. Because they are in a world of different situation than even Canonical. Canonical, Ubuntu, to my knowledge, doesn't ship their own hardware. They are shipped pre-installed on Lenovo, HP, Dell lines of computers and servers, but they don't have direct hardware. In the same way that this also applies directly to Zorin or Debian or Arch. I'm racking my brain right now, and I think the only other computer manufacturer that could possibly be in a similar boat to System 76 is Tuxedo Computers, and also Purism. Purism is an American company. I don't remember where they're based out of, so that could happen. Tuxedo is a German company, so if Germany does something similar, that could happen too. Purism has Pure OS. And Tuxedo has Tuxedo OS that they pre-install and ship out with. But yeah, now the good news is, even if they do implement this age verification API thing, it's a self-attestation. It's not actually requiring your ID. It's literally going to be like a Dropbox or a field that you type in what your age is, and then it just happens to be there. I'm hoping in the long term the Linux community does fight back on this, but yeah, yeah, it's unfortunate. Asking furries what they do for work. God damn it. I am not a furry, and I'm convinced that my moderators are trying to turn me into a furry because they're convincing me to try to go to FurCon at DEF CON to get around the furries. And I swear several of my mods are furries. I know for a fact at least 2 of them are. If you need a fursuit, just ask. I'm not doing a fursuit! No hate to anyone that is a furry. I totally respect your choice, but the most I might do is get my logo turned into a VR character for VTubing as kind of a fun little joke here and there. But do you know how expensive those suits are? They're like several $1,000s. Do you know what I can get for several $1,000s? I can get an NVIDIA DGX Spark for my work. I can get 10 gigabit networking upgrades. I could afford 64 gigabytes of RAM. I'm not a furry, but I like their work. I'm not a femboy, but I like their work. Yeah, that's how I agree. I feel like there's an odd amount of furries in cybersecurity. Yeah. In STEM fields in general, science, technology, education, engineering, and mathematics. The furries are predominant across those fields. Don't piss off furries. They are some of the nicest people, but they run the internet, and if they can afford a several $1,000 fursuit, they can afford a pipe bomb.
Outside of the furry fandom, what do you do for work?
I am an engineer.
What'd I say?
Civil engineer.
What'd I say?
That's why I'm green. I'm an aircraft de-icing technician.
I work in auto manufacturing. We make car parts for the Tesla Model 3 and the Model Y.
I sell furniture and appliances and stuff. I work at the Apple store at the Genius Bar.
I am a cashier at a grocery store.
I have a research position at my university.
Like, is it a shock a lot of these are academia or STEM? Like, there's been a few blue-collar ones, but yeah.
I drive forklift. Badass. Yes.
I'm like a social media marketer.
I'm a fursuit maker.
I don't have a job, but I am a hobbyist photographer.
I really just make fursuits, and that's my main source of income.
I am a truck driver.
I'm a hostess at a resort.
I do software development, as you could expect.
I play video games.
Like, actually?
Yeah.
I'm in the Canadian Army Artillery.
A lot of furries in the military. Just letting you know. There are a lot of furries in the military.
Do logistics.
Bad Dragon, anyone? No! No! No VTuber! No! Bad dog! Bad! Bad!
Regional routing and optimization.
I work at a grocery store.
I am also the most common furry job on the planet. I'm an IT tech.
Yup. That tracks.
Blue dog too. Wow. Okay.
You're a wolfie, thank you. Well, look, you are canine adjacent. Bad. Alright, what's this? Someone just built a Chrome extension that brings experimental HTML in Canvas to life.
What's up, guys? Someone just built a Chrome extension that brings experimental HTML in Canvas to life. So this includes a live shader editor and presets. This extension is currently in the Chrome Store review queue, but you can dive into the source code right now. I'm going to drop the GitHub.
Oh. Interesting. So they're starting to play with more of those features. Like, I know they were talking about a web engine being able to directly work with the GPU so your games could actually work inside your browser. like RuneScape 2.0.
I just really need a snack, baby. I just hit the bomb. And it won't take that long. Cause I'm a microwave. It's so tasty. I'm an air fried chicken. It's so crispy. I just really need a
Hold up. You talking about air frying chicken and throwing it in the microwave, buddy? Pick a lane.
Oh, looks like another food banger. Gotta get a taste of what I'm cooking on. Get a little bacon, flip them eggs on bread. You already know I'm toasting. Fix me a plate, I'ma need hot sauce. She said, do you need a drink? And I said, of course. I'm like, alright, let's cut to the cake. No time to wait, put it on my plate. I'm cooking every day, all day, like it's a holiday. Despite the rising cost of the grocery. And plus I got a girl that could cook for me. Plus she's the one cooking the food this way.
Okay. Let's see, what's this short?
Not good at all. There's something wrong with this gas. All right, guys, testing for 15% ethanol in the gas today at Shell, where it's 3.
You want to hear something bad with gas? I think I had food poisoning over the weekend. You want to talk about bad gas? Woo! You ever fart so bad that your dog runs away? That happened. I swear, my dog slept downstairs. Like, fuck him. He ain't dealing with this shit.
$3.79. Where is it where you are? And don't forget to tell me where you want me to go next. So the E15 gas will be in almost every gas station across the United States in 3 weeks. And you guys have posted these pics in the comments where you've seen it in your states, like Missouri and South Carolina and Texas so far. I'm assuming gas stations will be able to issue it how they want, but if it's anything like these, you'll be forced to pay the premium price if you want E10. So what do you think about that? Would you consider that a form of consumer manipulation or price gouging? All right, we're gonna do plus today. All right, let's check and see if this gas meter is set properly and we're getting what we paid for. All right, for Shell, 247 works. Anything under 0.250 is okay. That means that they have everything set correctly. All right, water fill line is right on. Here we go, like we always do. Gas to the gas line. There we go. Shake for 45. And then wait 5. Look at this. I let this go 10 minutes instead of 5. And you still can't even see through it. This is absolutely the worst test I've seen so far. That right there is not good at all. There's something wrong with this gas. And that could be
This is why I go get my gas from Costco. Costco at least has that top tier gas that, like it's literally called top tier. They do, a better job with the, what do you call it? There are additives they add into fuel. So if you go into any different fuel, gas station, they'll have different additives depending on the brand as well as time of the year and even down to the city that you're in. So if you ever wonder why California gas is so much more expensive, it's because California gas is not the same as, say, Texas gas or Ohio gas. It's not just the taxes that they add locally. They have to formulate it differently to the city, county, or even state requirements for fuel in each of those states, and they may have different requirements of additives be in there. And then, of course, like I said, you know, in the winter, they'll maybe formulate it one way, but in the summer, they'll formulate it another way. And Costco, well, not only do you got the additives change between all of those, but between different brands, they'll be different. That's why when people talk about, like, some companies have lower quality gasoline than others, Costco is generally seen as one of the more reputable brands with how they do things in their gas stations and everything like that. I forget what the standing is, but I think Sunoco is one of the other ones that's, like, up there too, and BP. But then again, it also depends on the gas station that you're going through. But yeah, Costco is generally been better. Sheets does have choices here and there. I think they have the, what is it, the E88, which I tend to put in my car, but you can only put that in vehicles that have been post, 2001, 2002, and are flex fuel and all that. So that is one advantage with my car that I have. But there are other cars that will not run as well with the E15 mandate. Please look at the video. I want to see a reaction to Sales Guy versus Web Dude. Wait, what? Where's the link? I don't see a link. Where'd you put the link? Did you put it at the bottom? Oh, yeah, we had that. Well, we still got other stuff I need to go through first. If I can remember where the list was. Yep, so we were back up here. And 6:35. It's on YouTube. No, I mean, where's the link, though? For me to see it. Okay, we're going to take a quick break as well for a second here. I need to go to the bathroom. Need to get a bio break. You know, because unfortunately, much to the chagrin of some of the people in the comment sections of my content, I am a human, I'm not AI, so I have to take pee breaks, okay? So, give me about 2-3 minutes, we'll be right back, and then we'll get back into the next video over here, which looks like it's from lawn.tv about some self-hosted apps, so give me a minute. Alright, we are back. Y'all's regular is my flex fuel. Yeah, we put a lot of ethanol in because there's a lot of corn, and corn gets subsidized, so it's cheaper. We have a lot of weird things with subsidies in different industries that we really shouldn't be having. But, yeah. Alright, let's move on to the next video. Looks like we got lawn.tv. They're talking about 6 self-hosted apps they use on their home server. With their Synology, Unraid, and what does it say? Ditch the monthly fees, 6 awesome self-hosted apps. Okay, so let's see what they got.
Lon Seidman. As a lifelong nerd, I am always on the lookout for things that can make my life and work more efficient. Many times that involves some kind of software solution that can help me organize my thoughts and my work a little better. And a lot of times the things that you find to add those efficiencies often come with a cost of a subscription, but also a privacy cost of having to take your data and store it in somebody else's machine.
Right.
But we are in an era now where there's some amazing
Go make dinner, buddy.
applications that you can self-host on a small server in your home. and get much of the functionality you would normally pay for, sometimes better than what you would pay for on something that you have direct control over, and the data generally stays with you. So I've got a couple of different applications that I've been running that have added some significant efficiencies and productivity increases to my day-to-day life here. So I'm going to share those with all of you today. I am hosting these on my own Synology NAS server that I've got running in the back room over there. And of course, you can
Okay, so it shouldn't require
vanilla Linux installation.
a heavy server, because this could run on my RS422 Plus I have.
In the interest of full disclosure, but this is not a sponsored video. All the opinions you're about to hear are my own, and no one is reviewing or approving what you're about to see before it was uploaded. I will also add that I am not selling any courses or anything else like that. I'm just going to show you some things that have made an impact in my life, and I hope to hear from some of you who have suggestions for things that I should install next. So why don't we get into it right now?
Chat, do you think that I should maybe add things like that in terms of when I make my YouTube content, basically like disclaimers, like, I already disclaim when I am affiliated with a product, but just like there's many times where I have to go out and say I'm not affiliated. I'm thinking I should probably do that a little bit more in some of my videos, where it's just like, no, I happen to use this, they don't have any say whatsoever over what I do. I mean, even when I do get sponsored by companies, I tell them, you don't have any ability to control what I'm saying.
Now, as I mentioned, we are using Docker containers for the applications you're going to see today.
Hey, look at that. He's got a folder for PeerTube.
Although Docker can feel a bit daunting when you first get things set up, it's actually not all that difficult once you get your head around it. I've done videos about how to set up Docker containers on Synology using their container manager software, and also with Unbraid, who has a very nice library of Docker containers that are a little easier to install than on Synology and even on some Linux platforms. And once you get your head around Docker, I think you're going to love it. And it takes a little bit of time just to figure it out, but once it clicks, and you're going to be spinning stuff up all the time. Network Chuck also has some really good tutorials on his channel to check out so you can get started with these things. Now, to get access to my applications when I am not at home, I use
Portainer on my Docker server for me to access it through a web UI, but Docker is really useful. There's a lot of nuances around the things there. I definitely have had to use Claude for some of my Docker files to figure out the firewalling and getting it attached to certain VLANs, but that's more advanced connectivity things.
Something called Tailscale. This is a private VPN that you install on your server and then all of your phones and computers that you want to connect to your server with. And what's amazing about Tailscale is that you get full access to your stuff when you're not at home without having to open up ports on your firewall. You can just leave the clients running in the background and it's all just seamless. No matter where you go and you take out your phone and you want to get access to your applications on your home server, they just pop up like any other website does. But it is isolated from the world. Only you and the people that you authorize can access, and it's been a game changer for me.
I do something similar, but I use TwinGate. TwinGate has a different kind of architecture they have around Tailscale. Because if I remember, Tailscale was the one that you put the app on the specific devices, whereas TwinGate worked with the app connector methodology that I was used to with Zscaler. So let me see. If I remember, okay, so let's see. I'm looking at how they do their things here. Hold on, platform. No, that might be a good comparison. Yeah, we're not open source. Both integrate there. Yeah, so they do a mesh VPN, whereas I basically go through a dedicated product. Forward all traffic through the gateway. Yeah. I still say Zscaler overall. I like their product a lot more. I'm actually trying to schmooze them right now to let them put it in my lab. I have some connects over there. We're trying to see if that can happen. Probably not, but yeah, here we are. Perfect one-to-one comparison. Didn't even see the TwinGate one. So they don't have a simple one-to-one comparison. But yeah, anyway, TwinGate at a glance, build a self-perimeter defense VPNs. It is designed to allow remote workers to connect to existing internal networks once TwinGate service is connected to an internal-only network and resources are added. Yeah, so the reason, this explains why I went with TwinGate's approach as to oppose Tailscale. I have many segmented networks. I have like 16 VLANs. And what I did is I put my app connectors from TwinGate on its own VLAN. Opened that VLAN up to only certain other networks for it to have access to. So, yeah. It's better. I think TwinGate has the better approach for a business that's zero trusting things and has things in place. That's just been my perspective about it. I see you sneaking in, Jessica. Have you played with Podman yet? Yeah, I do have one Podman thing. Unify has to run on Podman, so I have Unify Server OS on a Raspberry Pi 4 that's in my rack next to my 2 TwinGate nodes. So I have 2 Pi 4s on running TwinGate. I have one running Unify Server OS, and they're all on different VLANs. Oh, you need to re-authenticate your PC. You can also just put Tailscale on the Edge router and SSH into the rest of your lab, but I don't want to put it on my Edge router. I put it on my app connector nodes that are on a separate VLAN that I then allow access to. I don't want it on my Edge router. I want an Edge device that they can connect into, and then that VLAN only allows them to have certain lateral moves that they can do, and it's been pinholed. And then in TwinGate, I further have the resources identified that they can access. So, I'm not hating on Tailscale. A lot of people like it, a lot of people use it, but for my specific use case, it didn't seem to do what I wanted. In all honesty, as I was saying earlier, if given the option and cost was no issue, I would be deploying Zscaler in my home lab. Yeah, Tailscale's full trust system does open up segmentation holes. Yeah, whereas I wanted things to be locked down as much as possible in a repeatable way and give myself as much granular control as possible.
There are other applications like Tailscale out there. I just happen to like Tailscale the best just because it's the easiest to work with. It is free if you have under 100 devices on your network. So for many people, I think that will be more than enough. And of course, I've done a video on this as well, which you can check out.
And again, no hate to Tailscale whatsoever. I know people that are using it. It's just, I think, for my specific home lab and how segmented my network is and my overall goals, TwinGate gets my vote. And I probably would recommend TwinGate to more people trying to home lab things in the ways that I do than I would Tailscale. But if you're good with Tailscale, that's fine too.
Out in the playlist.
I know people who are using it. Yeah, me.
Without further ado, why don't we get into some of the applications that I am running. We're going to start with the smaller ones first and work our way up from there. The first one is called Uptime Kuma. Let's have a look. Now,
I'm familiar with Uptime Kuma.
Kuma is about keeping track of your server's uptime. It can be a web server or just about any other type of server. And what it does is it provides you some really helpful information, not only as to whether your server is up or down, but it also will tell you the performance of your server, at least from a ping rate perspective.
Uptime Kuma is a great service. I definitely have used it in the past in my professional job. I definitely recommend it. Basically, think of it as your own personal private down detector. But you have to know specifically what you're looking for. So, for example, if you wanted to know, like, AWS is up or down, going to AWS.com is not going to be as helpful as, like, knowing the endpoints, and you'd have to still rely on certain things. But be that as it may, I definitely recommend Uptime Kuma for a lot of people if you're looking for a way to know all of your services are online that you are running for yourself. So in his case, you can see lawn.tv website, and he's running a URL shortener apparently.
And if something does go wrong, you get messaged immediately, and they've got a whole bunch of different monitoring options. So if we go here to add a new monitor, you can see all of the different monitoring types that are available. So you've got...
Oh, damn. They actually have quite a few options. I haven't played with that side of it. Oh, that's going to be really useful for a lot of other things I was thinking about doing. But this also can be redundant for other things. I'm just thinking. I may spin up Uptime Kuma in my home lab and tie it in after I get my Grafana stuff set up.
standard stuff like an HTTP, but you can...
Looks good on the old home lab projects as well, a section of the resume as well. Definitely does. Zabbix! God damn it. That was the program I was trying to think of. So there was a software I was racking my brain since yesterday. I was trying to remember what it was somebody was asking about for the home lab, and all of a sudden it just came to me, Zabbix. That was the software I was trying to recommend to somebody last night that you could use to monitor devices, and was what I'm using Prometheus to replace a lot of the features of. Sorry, that just came to me all of a sudden.
So look at a TCP port, you can do simple pings. You've got a whole bunch of different options here to keep an eye on running services. And if something goes down, they provide a number of ways to get notified about that issue. So if you go to set up notification here, you can see right now I've got Telegram enabled, but they support a whole bunch of...
Oh, they support Matrix! Got a super chat here. How does someone set up a personal URL shortener? So all a URL shortener is just a website that generates a link. So all you need to do... So I have chiefgeek3d.com, right? All I would have to do is, let's say I make... Now, I already have a links.chiefgeek3d.com, but let's say url.chiefgeek3d.com. Okay, so you could actually go to url.chiefgeek3d.com, put a link in there, have it redirect, and all it is when you type that domain, it will redirect either through Nginx or Apache back to the way that you want it. That's all it's doing, is it's just a web server taking that info in and redirecting it. It's not that hard to make it. But look at all these alerts you can get. You can get Discord alerts. You can get Matrix alerts. You can get a Teams alert. Ooh, even Signal alerts. This basically has everything in there. And then whenever there's anything else, you got webhooks in there. You can even set that off to a Splunk. Geez, they really do have everything. You don't have a Datadog notification there. I noticed that. It's interesting you got a Splunk, but not a Datadog. You got Octopush. Oh, you even got Jira Ops Genie and PagerDuty. So you got those, but you don't have Datadog. Weird.
Other services. And it's funny, as I'm looking at this, I reminded myself that I do need to switch over the notification away from Telegram and over to...
Oh, Datadog is expensive, but a lot of businesses use it. I kind of like Datadog.
This thing called Pushover that I've been using. Pushover is a really helpful little app. It runs on iOS and Android. And
holy shit, it actually mentions Adium in there. That's been over for a while. Adium was a multi-client application for like multiple chat apps back in the day when we had AOL Instant Messenger, ICQ, IRC, all of those on one platform.
Basically, it can just take in messages and spit them out as push notifications. It's really simple.
Oh yeah, Datadog definitely is fancy, but I will say their graphing is shit. So I love Grafana for that. Grafana is ideally where I would feed all the data into to make pretty dashboards. Datadog is where I would like to feed everything in to have a nice data repository for everything to be consolidated if possible.
And really easy to work with. Maybe I'll do a future video about that. And that's pretty much how it works. It's not much, but it's enough to keep an eye on your server so you don't have to worry about it or have to think about checking in every once in a while. When that server goes down...
Off topic, but should I tell my workplace I automated our support emails, lol? Like we're a small company and each question costs me about 0.05 to 10 cent USD. What do you mean each question costs you? It depends on, like, are you using company resources or that? Is Splunk generally cheaper than Datadog? Not anymore. Cisco bought Splunk. It's a very expensive solution last I looked at it for the team. We use Splunk at my new job. It's like an API cost token. Ah. Yeah, if you are using company resources and it can potentially affect the costs, then you need to at least be open with them. Because you don't want to surprise them with the bill of the cost and they find out you're doing things. Yeah. Those will add up over time. It also depends on the volume that you have. Generally with stuff like that, wherever anything incurs a, I paid for it myself building an internal tool, know what I mean? If you are okay, here's the thing. If you are building something for your company and it's not on company infrastructure that they can, you know, audit or stuff like that, they need to be made aware of it. Because I don't know necessarily what compliances you have to deal with in your business, but your business has to be aware of wherever the information is flowing. So if it's on your infrastructure, you gotta let them know. They may like the fact that you've built the system and you can just say, look, I built this, but it's running on my system. Can we move this over to your system? This is the value it's given you. Like, I'm in the middle of doing that with GitHub Copilot at work because I'm personally using my GitHub Copilot plan, and I've made the case for in front of them, and they agree with me where I say, look, we need to get myself and all of the developers onto GitHub Copilot because whether or not you approve this purchase, they're going to be using their own AI tools. And we're not going to have control over ChatGPT, Claude, or anything else. But if we make the easier thing, the secure thing, that's also the default thing, developers won't go out. If we give them GitHub Copilot subscriptions, link that into their VS Code, have it have the ability to go to Claude, they're now using a GitHub environment we can control. We have the BAA agreement with Microsoft/GitHub over for their data. So, yeah, whenever you're dealing with company data, the safe thing is to keep that housed inside of company-approved infrastructure. Yeah, companies get weird about that sort of stuff specifically, especially if you're dealing with compliances. Like, the second you're starting to deal with, like, medical, HIPAA, high-tech, and if your business in the medical field is high trust, oh boy. Yeah. It's one of those, you know, always be careful of how the data is processed situations. Any SaaS seems to rope you in with very cheap prices to start, but then lock you in and ends up costing way, way more down the line. Oh yeah, absolutely. Hook, line, and sinker.
And I don't have to pay anybody for the monitoring. It just runs on my NAS over there. Now, next up, I've got a couple of RSS readers. The first one here is called Fresh RSS. Now, if you are not familiar with RSS, check out my video on it to learn how to integrate it into your life because it's amazing and it's been with us for
So I actually am planning on having a more improved RSS reader. For those of you that are not aware, we actually have one inside of our Discord server. So if you look at our Discord server over here, you'll see there's all these different sections here, like tech news and stuff like that. These are RSS and other feeds that are going in to the Docker that I have running over here, and then connects over Discord and pushes when new articles are found. So we have that. I'm going to do some improvements where eventually the idea is it'll have, you know, this little blurb that they have going in, but I want to add a snippet beneath each article to have it AI summarized for everyone. I just have to get around to sitting down and doing it. But, yeah.
over 20 years now. RSS standardizes how content is presented online. So inside of an RSS...
Can't believe we still use RSS. Why has it lasted so long? Because it's a really simple syndicate. It's dead simple, easy, and reliable. That's why we use it, and it's still rather ubiquitous.
Feed, every website that supports it presents data the same way with a title, a link, and a message body. And then if you have an RSS reader, you can grab content from multiple websites and put it into an organized system here that works the way you want it to. Now, inside of Fresh RSS here, I have some of my favorite YouTube channels that I'm subscribed to sorted out by content type. So for example, I've got Retro Tech here that covers retro technology, and then I've got another bucket called Retro Gaming. And what I see here is every post from every subscribed channel that I'm looking at, and those posts are presented in the order in which they were uploaded. And of course, I can click on one here and just click over to YouTube to watch it. And what's great about how this works is that I'm able to look at my subscribed channels the way I want to. It works much better than the subscription tab does. And as you can see here, I've got things organized into different topics. So right now we're looking at the ham radio topic, but I can also check out some retro gaming channels.
Didn't think about using it that way.
If I click over here, or modern tech by clicking here. And so these are the sorts of things that just make life easier and allow me to consume content the way that I want to. And it also ensures that if somebody drops off my recommendations, I can get them back on again just by watching a few channels that pop up here on my feeds. And I can go further with it too.
I like this.
Browsing the whole topic.
I should definitely do something like this myself.
If I want to catch up on retro RGB stuff here, I can click through and take a look there. Admittedly, I haven't used this recently. That's why everything is unread, but I am going to jump back into it again just because I want to catch up on some of these channels that I haven't been watching lately. Now, another RSS reader I'm using for a specific project is called TTRSS. As you can see, the interface is a little bit different here, but the concept is the same. I've got different categories here with multiple feeds inside of them. And one of the strengths of TT...
Sorry, family was texting me.
...allows you to create enormous aggregated feeds. So, for example, I can take all of the gadgets...
Wait, what was this?
I'm going to jump back into it again just because I want to catch up on some of these channels that I haven't been watching lately. Now, another RSS reader I'm using for a specific project is called TTRSS. As you can see, the interface is a little bit different here, but the concept is the same. I've got different categories here with multiple feeds inside of them. And one of the strengths of TTRSS is that it allows you to create enormous aggregated feeds. So for example, I can take all of the gadget feeds here into one super feed, and I can tell TTRSS how many items I want in that feed. So for example, in the project you're going to see in a few minutes, I take about 45 entries and then toss them over to a different application running on my server to process. And these RSS readers really speak to the richness of this open source self-hosted movement, because you will find at least a dozen, if not more, RSS.
Do companies charge for RSS like they started charging for APIs? Yeah, no, they haven't. I haven't found anyone that charges for RSS.
Out there that you can self-host on your server and play around with. and each of them
I'm sure
solve
they
problems
exist.
in different ways, and undoubtedly one of those solutions is going to work for you, and in my case, I use 2 different solutions to solve my problems. Now, this next one has proven to be very useful to me. It looks rather boring, but this is called Actual, and what it is a personal finance application that's super simple. It works as a checkbook, as you can see. I've got only $525 million in my account. This is the demo version of it. But you also get some things like budgeting that you can put into place. It has some detailed reports that can keep track of your net worth across different accounts. And it's all just super simple. And what's nice about this is that I can run it on my computer. I can run it on my phone. I don't have to have...
It reminds me of GNU Cash. So there was a open source app I used to use. It was like Intuit, QuickBooks. You have GNU Cash, which can do a lot of that stuff too. But this is locally hosted. Looks like he's got more of a web for it. I don't think this will allow you to integrate directly into your bank like Zoho allows me to do. Zoho, QuickBooks, all of them, their advantage is that you can hook it into your bank account, and then it can automatically pull your purchases in, and then you can start matching them. So it makes my life a lot easier because I can just look at my expenses, categorize each one, match the things. Like I spend it on the credit card, but then I pay off the credit card. I can match, you know, the money going in and out and all the flows. That was a big advantage for me, because if you expect me to go through and manually write down every transaction, that is annoying, whereas I'd rather have every transaction laid out there, and then I just go through categorizing everything.
App installed somewhere. I don't have to pay somebody a subscription fee or have to...
But you know, this might be good for the people that actually have to budget their things for their house. Like, you know, I love the show Financial Audit with Caleb Hammer. This might be an app that is good for the people that need to budget things and be aware of everything they're spending to budget, possibly.
Deal with all these upsells and features that I don't need. I just need a simple checkbook, and this does it for me. This does not connect up to my bank. There is a way to get it to connect, but I don't need that. I do things manually when it comes to my checkbook. So for me, this has been very simple to work with.
What is it called?
I have to deal with all these upsells and features that I don't need. I just need a simple checkbook, and this does it for me. This does not connect up to my bank. There is a way to get it to connect, but I don't need that. It'd be very useful to me. It looks rather boring. Solutions to solve my problems. Now, this next one has proven to be very useful to me. It looks rather boring.
What is it called?
This is called Actual, and what it is...
Oh, so it's Actual. Okay. Let me see. Actual budget. Okay. So it looks like it's this over here. Oh, they definitely are open source. They have a GitHub there. So I'm curious. Connecting your bank. Here are a couple considerations. Okay, this integration relies on you providing your own API credentials that you will need to get by signing with the service provider and generate keys. So they have 3 different providers. And I'm just curious what this is. What would it entail for Simple Fin? Okay, so you will have to have a fee. So $15 per year. Still not that bad. And then you create a token. Then you link your bank up. Okay, I mean, it could do that. That's not that bad. That's there. I mean, $15 per year. That's, you know, something you can affordably swallow. You can run this on Windows, Mac, and Linux, of course. They have a server installation guide, needs server, so you'd probably host this on the server. Okay. Locally in the browser. If you're okay with not having sync, autosave, or backups, is using the actual web app. All data is saved to your local browser. The actual web app never has access to your personal data. It is recommended that you save your data after every session. If your browser memory is cleared, your data will be lost, so a backup is crucial. Okay, so that's good to know. I would definitely have to look into this, like where the data is stored, because, yeah, that's interesting. Not saying that I would run this, but it's just curious for if I ever want to adapt.
When it comes to my checkbook, so for me, this has been very simple to work with in a way that I can get my checkbook up on any device that I happen to be using. It's called Actual. All right, next up, I've got a really simple note-taking application called Blinko that's got a lot of neat features packed under the surface. Now, I've tried a lot of different note-taking applications. I was using Obsidian for a while, which is just super complex and has all these different options, more than I needed. I just wanted something simple that I could use across all of the different devices that I find in front of me. So although I am primarily in the Apple universe with my Mac and my iPhone, I do have Windows computers that I use.
Blinko is the app.
Devices that I use frequently. I've got
like blinking with your eyelids, but O at the end.
Chromebooks that I'm popping onto, and I can't get Apple Notes on all those devices, but I can here on Blinko, and everything is always synced up and in the right place, so you can see it on my computer screen here. I've got it running on my phone here, and all of my stuff is in here, and it's super slick. It just feels like a commercial application, and I think it's...
Yeah, let's look at this application over here. Looks like it's rather popular. Alright. Run on Picopods is an AI-powered note-taking project. Did they add AI just to be buzzwordy? Okay, so let's see. Lightweight architecture, data ownership. With Blinko's advanced AI-powered RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, you can quickly search and access your notes using natural language queries, making it effortless to find exactly what you need. I'm thinking I might run that on my AI server then, if it's using AI. I'm gonna have to look at that. That might be useful then. I was looking at a note-taking app.
Relatively new project too. So again, just keep simple notes here. Here's some notes from my Board of Education that I just want to keep in front of me when I need them. And the way Blinko is kind of set up is that if you've got some idea off the top of your head, you make a Blinko about it, and then it will save it in this Blinko category. And this is kind of like the inbox. And so what you want to do is review your Blinkos every once in a while, get rid of the ones you don't need.
Oh, this would be great for my scripts. Because when I write scripts, how I generally write them out is, I need to do an idea like this, and then I'll have like random thoughts that I need to add into it, and then when I sit down is when I actually look over my bullet point of notes and like links and stuff, just random like chaos, and then I start crafting a script around it. So what I normally do, this is my process, bunch of random notes just jotted out all over the place, consolidate it. So, like, I will literally run my notes through AI to just have it organized and consolidated, run a rough draft of what I want for my content there, and then, write it, rewrite it a couple of times. Then I may run it through AI just to see if we can improve the flow or reorder certain things in certain ways or figure out how to say things in different ways, or do I need to dumb down the language in certain parts where I feel like it's a little bit too low level, or I want to bring it a little bit lower level, or wherever the adjustment period basically is. But yeah, this will actually be very useful. I'm gonna have to look at that.
And convert the ones that you want to keep into notes and then file them.
The para note-taking method. What's that?
With one of the nested tags that you can set up here, and that is pretty much the gist of it. Now they do have a to-do section here, which I am not using, but you can set to-do items inside of here. You have some analytics for how you're getting through your day here as well. So there's some pretty cool stuff here that you can poke around with. And when you jump into the settings, they have a lot more. So for example, they have a whole AI section.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, this is cool.
Here where you can kind of treat this almost like its own little RAG-based AI agent where you can ask it questions about specific notes if you want. You've got webhooks, so you can programmatically put stuff into this. It's got an API as well. So there's a lot more under the hood. But for a starting point as a basic note-taking application, I have been really enjoying Blinko, and I'm slowly moving my notes out of Obsidian into it. Now, I have saved the best for last. This is N8N.
I have that one in my lab. It's a really great automation platform. I'm actually going to be using it as the backbone for my SOAR automations, security orchestration automation response, or automated response. It is really great. It is really adaptable. It is very underrated, the capabilities that it has.
And what N8N is an automation platform. It is a commercial product, but it is open source, so you can run it on your own Docker server, which I am here. And what you're looking at is the...
Yeah, it's not open source. They have a community version that you can self-host, but you're only allowed to have one admin account when self-hosting.
The weekly email that I send out to my email subscribers at lon.tv/email. Now, this used to take me an hour or two to get put together every week with the old system that I had. This one gets it done with just a mouse click. So I'm going to run it here real quick and just let you see it work. So what it's doing right now is it's reading all of the RSS feeds from my blog and my YouTube account. It runs it through all of this stuff. It puts it all together with some formatting. It does have Gemini write a subject line, and then it will merge everything together and pop it out to my Sendy mail blaster, and it dumps it right in.
So I'm looking at doing a lot of this similar stuff, but I'm going to be using Ollama instead of Gemini for quite a few of the functions. But yeah, the idea is we could have it go through RSS to be able to read the stories, or a trigger is there's something new in RSS that then Ollama could go through and add a blurb to it. But yeah.
And it also puts a version up on my little NAS as an FTP item that I can upload somewhere else if I want. And every Sunday now, I just hit that button and my email list is generated. I did this all myself. I was so proud of myself for putting this together. And what you do in N8N is you just string things together.
Yep.
And you can put code snippets in, and you get some automations that can improve your life dramatically. And it was...
And the cool thing is, it doesn't just have to be the programs that N8N is programmed with it. You can use... API keys, webhooks. So if there's something that doesn't have a native integration, you can make it work with this. It is a fantastic platform. Like, I would have, in my last job, I was trying to push for them to get N8N so we could throw CrowdStrike Fusion SOAR out the window, because that's a piece of shit compared to N8N and the capabilities that this had. I had more times that I was smashing my head against the wall with Fusion SOAR than I was with N8N.
Out of the box just getting this to work, but there's a lot more. Let me show you the email, and then I'll show you some of the other stuff I'm doing with it now. So here is the back end of my email blaster called Sendy, and when that automation fires off, it generates this entire email from what you just saw on the other screen there. And what it's doing is grabbing the RSS from my blog and all of the text on each of those articles for the last week. It's showing the older videos, stuff that I'm selling in my store, the link blog that I will talk about more in a minute, and then it is off to the races. And you can also see here the subject line that Gemini put together. I'm often changing the subject line, but sometimes Gemini gets it good enough that I don't have to do much to it. So it's nice just to have the whole thing set up. I can tweak it slightly if I need to, and we can send that email off. But this is the tip of the iceberg. Let me show you some other stuff I'm doing. Now, this one is called the Content Agent, and every couple of hours, this thing will fire off. What it does is it goes out to that TTRSS aggregated feed, and I've got two different ones set up. One for cord cutting, which is a popular topic of all of you, and the other one are new gadgets, which are also popular here on the channel. And what it will do is go through 35 or 40 different articles in each category and find stuff that it thinks that I might like to take a look at, perhaps make videos about. And what it also does is it keeps a database of what it's already seen and recommended, so things don't get recommended multiple times. So what it does here, it checks the database, it goes and filters the articles, and then what it does is it sends whatever's left over to these two AI agents. And the way these things work, I'll double click on one of them here, is it has a prompt that gives it all of its instructions about what it...
I use Olama instead of DLLS 5. Because I've had it set up for a while. That's what I just dealt with first. I'll probably move up to something else once I get my NVIDIA DGX Sparks, but for right now it works.
Needs to do. And after that, it will fire off a completed version of what I'm asking for here. I'll show you what it looks like in a second. And I have two different models assigned to it. So Gemini has a free model. If you only use it...
I got a feeling you F with Thai food on the heavy. I like Thai food. Has to be proper Thai. Like, you know, white people can't eat it because it's so spicy Thai.
250.
My best friend's part Thai.
You don't have to pay anything. And if Gemini is tied up, because sometimes the free one isn't prioritized, so it will fall over to an open AI chat model, which costs me a little bit of money, like a couple cents, when this fires off. And what it will do is build out an email template and then fire it off to my email.
Actually could be a good use for Google Gemini, because I don't use it anymore. I could use Gemini for the bigger stuff to just go through, because you, get a few requests a day? Something like that? Butthole burner Thai food. Yeah, pretty much.
So what does this look like? Well, this is what I get. Now, I have to fix this because I had this thing initially only going off in the morning. But what I'll get here is a bunch of articles that it thinks might be worth taking a look at, things that I might have missed as I was going through my workday. And this has been really helpful because I have a bunch of RSS feeds. I've got a lot of content, and this helps sift through things that can surface items that are more important. And this is an algorithm, but it's my algorithm. And you'll also see here too that if there's discussion on a very popular topic, it will group the articles together. Another thing that it will do is give me hot links here. So this one will add this as a task to my OmniFocus, which is my task manager, so I can set this up for a topic that I might want to cover on the channel. This button here is for my link blog. I use a free utility called Sharely to collect links, and those links, of course, end up in the email that
looks like Charlie.
But it also ends up in another place.
Charlie bit my finger.
The link, it goes into this data table called Q, and inside of it here you can see the post that I want to send out, which includes the title of the post and a link to go with it. And you can also see the source here. And what I do is every time I post something to the link blog, anytime I upload a video, anytime I use a special form that I put together to post out to social media platforms, all of those posts that I want to make go into this queue. And every 30 minutes, this crazy workflow will fire off. It'll read the top record of that queue that you just saw, and it posts that record to X, Twitter, to Blue Sky, to Threads, to Mastodon. It can go to LinkedIn. And if I have...
I didn't realize he's on Mastodon. That makes sense, though.
And it's made my life so much easier because I'm not posting this stuff manually anymore. I was using services to post some of this stuff automatically, but I was spending $200 or $300 a year on everything. Now I've got myself my own service that runs in my server.
So he is using the X API. I've been debating getting back to X. But the EFF just left. But he's basically doing a lot of the same things I've been doing for my streams when I go live, and my YouTube content, because that's primarily where I focus. Because if you look at my Discord server, for example, you know, if you go to the Streaming Now section, you can see live on Twitch, live on YouTube, live on Kick. But as soon as it's done, it will update the card to be like stream ended, and this updates like every 5 minutes with the count and a screenshot as well. So if you notice, it will actually follow that. Discord has that ability to update the card. Matrix doesn't, so that won't get updated. And then of course, Blue Sky and Mastodon, you know, once you post it out there, it's not able to be modified. Well, Mastodon it is, but getting into anyway. But yeah, he's building out his queues in N8N, whereas I built them as custom Python applications I then Dockerized. But I could have, for all intents and purposes, done the exact same flow inside of N8N, and I've debated moving my stuff to that, but I don't see the value in it because I already have my things working the way that I need. And this will allow me, when you run your own app, you have more flexibility than you do even in N8N, but N8N gives you a vast amount of flexibility. Do you have no presence on Threads? I do, but Threads reach is so abysmal. To give you a perspective here, I have a presence technically still on Twitter. I have Instagram. You know, I'm basically everywhere, right? My Twitter, when I left, I think I had like 1,300 people follow me on there, okay? I've had that Twitter account for over a decade. Barely anyone followed me. Barely anyone would interact with the posts. Blue Sky and Mastodon, more people would have interacted with me than my Twitter accounts ever, and both my Mastodon and Twitter accounts have more than double, and I think Blue Sky has triple the amount of followers I ever got on Twitter, and the engagement is literally 100 times better. Threads, however, I have been there, like, I think I was, like, one of the first, like, 50,000, like, I was one of the top, first 0.1% of users or something like that. They actually had that number where they told you how many were there. I still have not cracked 600-700 followers on Threads. Now, here's the effed up part. Short of my live announcements and my YouTube video announcements, because I haven't integrated Threads functionality into Stream Daemon and BoonTube Daemon, I cross-post the same posts to Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Threads. And if there are images, they also get cross-posted to PixelFed and Instagram. Threads is consistently my worst performing platform by far. Threads and Twitter, when I was using Twitter, have been my worst performing platforms, period. It's to the point where I'm like, why do I even bother? Like my Instagram account, I've been back on Instagram, 3 weeks? I've crossed, I think, 11,000, 12,000 Instagram followers, and I started with 1,400 when I came back. So I've grown really fast there. Threads, absolutely no growth. The only people who grow on Threads are the people that already have a presence on Instagram or somewhere else, that when Threads started up, people sought them out. So, yeah. Blue Sky is how I found you. I believe it. Facebook is stagnant. UI, UX horrible. Absolutely. I get that. Some give traction and others don't. I still wouldn't dip on them completely, though. Some metrics look good for Threads. Yeah, like, I haven't left Threads entirely. I'm still debating if I want to get back on Twitter. And the thing that keeps me from going on Twitter is knowing not only would I have to relearn the API and accept that there is going to be some costs, even if it's a few pennies a month, for my API posts of when I go live and everything, but I'd have to pay an additional $15 per month for the Fedica cross-platforming tool that I use. So, and that's literally just to get Twitter working, although it would allow some other functionality for things like that. You ever think of using Motorola 68000 for your computation power? No. Got a story for you. A MAGA techie said something stupid at one of my CS classes. Well, I mean, kind of par for the course for MAGA, isn't it? Twitter hurts my soul. That was my jam before Elon started turning the screws. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Twitter has never been perfect. It was a lot better before Elon messed it up. Elon just completely shitified that platform. Let's continue on, though. Seeing what he's talking about with N8N.
It took about a day and a half going back and forth with Claude Code to get all of this working, but after that, it was working flawlessly, and it's been great now for the past, 3 or 4 weeks. I've been really impressed with how all of this came together.
Yeah, Claude has helped me out with my N8N stuff as well.
If there is a failure, it will email me to tell me what service failed, and I can go in and manually do that. But generally, it gets every post out, and every 30 minutes, so long as that queue is filled up, it keeps sending things out to the social media platforms. And of course, I check those platforms manually to interact with people, but the process of getting those posts out has now become a lot more efficient and a lot less expensive. And it's actually pretty remarkable now how well Claude Code works with N8N. N8N has a built-in MCP server that Claude connects to, and Claude can code this stuff right inside of my server. I don't have to copy and paste anything anymore. If I'm having trouble with something that I'm doing on my own, I can have Claude look at it and...
Yeah, they actually, I generated an API key that I could connect to locally from my system, and because it's local to my system, it's nice.
Fix it for me. And what's been great about this is that I get ideas now and I can immediately put them into action. So, for example, I monitor the FCC ATSC 3.0 docket.
Right.
And for a while, I had a very simple workflow that would check the RSS feed of that docket, and it would notify me when somebody posted something, and I would go in and look at it. Now I've got something better. Check this out. So my old workflow is still up here. So what happens is that the RSS feed detects a new docket item being added, and I get my push notification. But then it sends it through this new workflow, which will go into the FCC API. It finds the PDF document that was uploaded. It downloads that document. It sends it over to an AI for summarization. I think I'm using Gemini or OpenAI for this one. And then it will send me an email.
Oh.
That email looks like this. So I've got the full docket summary here, and I can decide whether or not I need to drop everything and pull up the document to work on a new story for you, or something that I can set aside for later. So I've got the nice summary here, but I can also click on this and download the PDF directly from the FCC. And so every time I've got some idea about something I want to monitor or do something with, I can just boot up Claude here, and Claude figures it out for me. Again, I'm still doing some of this.
I was talking to a couple of my students, and some dude wearing a MAGA hat walked by us and said, "Freaking liberals calling us racist." Then they talk about Indians' body sizes. I was talking about little Endian versus big Endian interpretation. Oh! Oh! You can't fix stupid. That is definitely... Oh, God! Hey, how's Linux work? I don't run Windows or Linux right now. It's just an operating system. You install it, and then it runs your applications. Just like every other operating system. With LLMs taking care of documentation, how long do you think, think it'll change from well-designed human-centric docs to an unsorted mess for RAG? Give it a few years. We'll have to see where we go with it, but his N8N flow and stuff got me thinking about what I can possibly do. I'd have to think about how I want to process this, because it would cost a lot of API credits and stuff. But if I could feed through... So I already have part of the flow in here. I have a bunch of the RSS feeds for stuff that we want to cover and everything. But what if, like, say, the US legislation one coming over here? Obviously, we don't need to have a summarization of everything in there. But, like, Senate Bill 98 right here. The Rural Broadband Protection Act of 2025. Expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Reviews Act. That would actually be something worthwhile for us to do an analysis on. So imagine if I have it run each item through AI to determine if technologically or cybersecurity related, then process a summary and alert me to it. This actually could be useful for that kind of stuff. And this is just today, so you could imagine. But this is partially why we created that US and EU and UK legislation. This could actually... I'm going to have to think about how I want to process this, but that totally could be something that is usable. Like, even with the kevs and all of that, my GitHub stars, like, I star a lot of different projects here. Maybe it'll be good to explain what these are and what they could be used for through AI. So there's definitely, I think, some opportunities. I've been meaning to get back into N8N, but I have, like, so many projects that I'm a little bit overwhelmed and slowly getting through things. I gave myself about a week break from my security projects. I need to get back to it. Canada does a really good job hiding their shit from the public. Yeah, if there is a Canadian feed, I'll be more than glad to incorporate it, because we have a UK, EU, and US one. We don't have a Canadian one, which is another country I would like to monitor, of course. But yeah.
Stuff myself, but having Claude in the mix is making life a lot easier. So for example, this was the prompt that I gave it. And I said, hey, take a look at my existing FCC dockets workflow. We need to do a little change to it to add some functionality. And then it goes through and works on all this stuff. And it then has a full set of plans for how it's going to implement it. I gave it the API key that I had.
Yeah, that's how VS Code has been working for me.
And within 10 or 15 minutes, this workflow was off and running. Now, there is so much more that I could show you here, but I think you get the idea as to how this works. And what's so cool is that these automations are firing off on a server that I have direct control over. I'm not getting billed by the task here like I was with my last service. N8N is running locally. These things are executing locally, and it's on a server that I own, just like all the other stuff you saw today. So this has been a really fun time for me, getting these new tools integrated into my workflow with N8N, those RSS readers, the Uptime Kuma, all that stuff. And I keep finding new things that interest me every day that I want to try out. Docker containers are still a bit cumbersome to work with sometimes, but once you get them working, they are incredibly stable. And
yeah, I got about 20 running on one server.
Are amazingly powerful.
I often don't hear about problems until it's at the final rating. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get us more informed and aware about, is for these kind of laws. And what I may do is, when I get AI working into a bunch of this and give snippets of stuff, I'll probably have it summarize each bill, because I can at least run it through AI for a lot of that stuff. But I'm probably going to segment it out a little bit differently so people can, you know, have tech-focused ones and all that. But we'll figure it out. I'm just thinking out loud, but if you utilized AI to pull up articles, news sources that relate to the bills or any RSS topic, that'd speed along research. Yeah, it definitely would. Because I'm trying to get into automating a lot of my workflow. Like, I've already done quite a bit. So obviously, I don't announce when I'm live on stream anymore. Stream Demon takes care of that. I don't announce when my YouTube videos are live anymore. BoonTube Demon takes care of that and posts it to all the platforms. Now, the only thing that's still rather manual is when I do my scripts. There is AI involved in places, but it's not like writing my scripts. It's more refining my scripts. So there'll be things where I need to reword it or say something a different way. That makes, but yeah. And it's hilarious that I get a bunch of people in my comments often that will say, well, this phrase here is a dead giveaway of AI. And I'm like, no, it's not. And a lot of these schmucks that are using AI checkers don't even realize, in the best cases, they're 70% accurate from what I've seen. Yeah. And what's even funnier is the people that come to my comment sections and they're like, well, the way you're speaking definitely sounds like AI, and people are in my comment section actually telling them, like, no, I've been following this dude for a few years. That's how he talks. And it's just shocking to me, the amount of people nowadays that, if you happen to be able to form a cohesive sentence with a little bit of, shall we say, more eloquent vocabulary, the kind that, would shock a lot of people out there, they'd think that, AI wrote it. Like, I'm at the point in time right now, yeah, that video is pretty much done, where I have the opinion that the majority of people that are going around claiming different things are AI would probably say a lot of the books written in the 2000s and earlier were AI. Like, they'd probably pick up Harry Potter and say it was written by AI. I've had teachers that, and people I know that have been using M-dashes for years that are suddenly getting told that they're using AI all the time. And I'm like, no, they've been using M-dashes for years. I don't use that, but they do. Yep, I do the same. I know what wording I want, but my writing structure gets a bit basic. Yeah. Do the same, Gelding. My hands aren't keeping up with our brain tonight. On that topic, the same MAGA dude in my class thought propagate was a big word. Nah, you want to know what a long word, big word is I use this example all the time. Brogdonnagian. It's one of the few words that I like to flex that I actually know. Brogdonnagian is basically referring to an item that is annoyingly large. And I can actually pull that up. It is an actual word. Brogdig. Yep, see? Brobdingnagian refers to something of immense, gigantic, or tremendous size. You know what else is annoyingly large? Bees nuts. Chief is AI. I have him hosted on my server. Your mom's annoyingly large? I should have said that. I should have led with that. You either get it or you don't. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna be working on my security projects again. I was giving myself a break because I was working on some Meshtastic stuff for fun and some other things. I want to see what battery life we are at right now. We are at 28% battery life, and this is day 5. So this device may very well last 7 or 8 days. That's crazy. I just like to use pedantic in conversations. Not so much that it's a big word, but it throws off the dum-dums. Oh. Pedantic, petty, love it. I use it all the time. I use words like that all the time. Oh yeah, I mean, I've really come to the realization of how bad the state of education is already, based on the people in my comment sections. Like, let me put it this way. Instagram and TikTok overall have the lowest quality of comments that I get, period. It's really bad. And those are the people that generally say that I'm AI. Now, I think part of the reason why TikTok users tend to say that I'm AI is I don't think they quite realize that a lot of my TikTok videos are clipped from my YouTube videos. So it kind of looks at like that in a different way, and it doesn't always bring over the context and stuff there to TikTok comments or something. Look, if it wasn't for the fact that TikTok is my largest platform and the largest revenue generator for all of my content creation, and the main reason why a lot of vendors want to work with me, I would have probably mothballed my TikTok. I'm being honest here. It's nothing against the community that I've built. It's just, I don't care for TikTok. I'm trying to focus on YouTube and Twitch, and TikTok and Instagram are merely vehicles that I use to help boost those two platforms. But, yeah. Anyway, it is about 10:30 at night. It is getting late. Thank you all for joining me. If you haven't already, make sure to follow all of my socials. The links are in the bio if you don't see them in chat. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Twitch, Kick, TikTok, Blue Sky, Mastodon, Discord, Matrix, Instagram. I am everywhere. So you can follow me everywhere. So, and don't forget to join the Discord and the Matrix server. We have a great community of tech and cyber people of all different levels of knowledge. So, love you all. Stay safe. The next official day for streaming is Wednesday. Depending on how I feel, there may be an extra stream on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We'll see how it is. Because I do need to get through more of that content that we have in the review on stream section for Discord. And Sundays, if I do stream on Saturday as well, but Sunday for sure, that's a Gaming on Linux day, and Saturday maybe as well if I do those. But thank you all for joining. Love you all. Stay safe. Happy hacking. Stick around for the raid if you're over on Twitch, but otherwise, see you all later.